But we do have quite a lot of main roster talent, NXT talent, that are going to be on this show tonight. So tonight we've got Faby Apache. We've got like a 6-woman tag match. Natalya, Faby Apache, Lola, Vice. Right, they're all going to be on the same team. Tonight we've also got Dragon Lee taking on Vikingo. So we got that match going down. As well as that, we've got Mr. Iguana. We have got Mr. Iguana and Burger Boy versus LWO versus Los Americanos against La Parka and Octagon Jr. Javon Evans is going to be in action. So is Jack Cartwheel and Laredo Kid in a triple threat. We got Ethan Page. He's going to be up against Wagner Jr. And, of course, we've got the Wyatt 6. They're going to be taking on Psycho Circus. That's the one that I think people are going to be most excited for. Wyatt 6 against Psycho Circus. If we just go over, obviously there's not any sort of preview that we've got for this on the website. But we do have graphics. So I was just looking here at the X account. So there's Wyatt 6 against Psycho Circus. There's Ethan Page against Wagner Jr. There's the triple threat of Javon, of Laredo Kid, and Jack Cartwheel. If you've never seen Jack Cartwheel, fantastic talent. This is where we've got this fatal 4-way tag match. So Rayo, Bravo, they're going to be in action. We got LWO as well. We got Burger Boy and Mr. Iguana. We've got La Parka and Octagon Jr. So that's like a big tag match. That should be a banger, actually. Dragon Lee against Vikingo should be a lot of fun. And then we got this 6-woman tag as well. As we said, Natalya, Faby Apache, Lola, all involved in a big 6-woman tag match. So, yeah, it should be fun. We've also got, I believe, Fenix, Mysterio in action. They should be taking on Dominik and Americano. So we should have that as well. It's a pretty big card, actually. All things considered. Do you remember that last one that wasn't as big? That last one had about 5 matches. This one has got a hell of a lot more for it. So, yeah, I wanted to start a couple hours early. Obviously, there's talking points everywhere. Last night's show, very underwhelming. Last night's show, very disappointing. And definitely not a show that people were crazy about. Obviously, we stuck around for the fight as well, so we can talk about that if people want to talk about that. But I did see a super chat come in that I want to get to. It's from Keep the Dream. So, shout out to Keep the Dream Alive, Tribal Wolf. Shout out to you, my friend. Said, do we see any potential surprise winners for the Rumbles? I mean, I don't see surprise winners. I do think there's a chance that Bianca could come back and get the win. So Bianca would be interesting. I think Liv is got to be one of the favorites. I think Liv and Stephanie, Bianca and Jade, those feel like pretty good matches for WrestleMania. So, yeah, I'd be looking at like one of those, but I don't think they're surprises. Bianca would be maybe a surprise return, and that might be where she returns. Haven't seen any rumors or spoilers for what's coming up, so you might be sat there going, no, she actually comes back next week or whatever. I have no idea. So it could be that she comes back there. In regards to the guys, I think we're looking at Roman or Braun. They seem to be the two favorites, either Roman Reigns or Braun Breaker. I don't think it's impossible for Sammy, but I don't see it happening now. Seems like we've definitely changed course. He was one of the favorites, but I don't believe that's the case anymore. I sort of feel like it's going to be one of those. I think the odds have got them as being amongst the favorites as well. So, one of those is what I'm looking at. Jericho definitely can come back in the Rumble, but I don't expect him to win. If we're going to talk about could there be like a shock winner, those are the top names at the moment. If you were in charge in WWE, what would you do to make it better, says Dean? Well, first thing I would do is I would want to look at the creative teams, and I would want to make sure that they were set up correctly. So I would want to know what everyone did. I would want to look at the work that they were providing. I don't think you start with what you actually see on camera, because I don't think that's where the real problem is. I think the real problem is the creative rooms. I don't think they've been creative enough. I don't think... Do you know, it's interesting because you might get there. Let's say it's your first day, right? You're head of creative. Not Triple H, you're, head of, like, say, SmackDown, right? Head of the SmackDown creative team. You walk in and it's amazing. You're speaking to people, they've got all these ideas, there's loads of these characters, loads of these stories, and it's just not what you expect. Like, you walk in and they're really good, and you're like, how is this not making it to the TV? And then you go and speak to Triple H, and you find out, oh, that's why. Triple H is the one that's going to keep it safe, and he's going to keep it, like, he's the one that's keeping it comfortable. He's the one that's kind of knocking away any exciting ideas. And all of a sudden, it's not the creative team that's the problem. It's Triple H. I don't know that that's true. It could be that it's the creative teams. Triple H might be going into those rooms, pulling his hair out, going, I need more ideas than this. You've got to be giving me more. And those creative teams might just not be capable. I really think that's your starting point. I really think that's where, you spend that first, like, initial beginning, is you go in and you try and figure out those creative teams. Are they set up correctly? Are there people there that aren't contributing? Can you bring in some people that have got some new ideas that, that you find exciting? That would take time, to be honest with you. That is clearly not a quick fix, is it? It's not going to be a case that you walk in on a Monday and by the Friday the show is, completely different. That's going to be a process. So, that would be my first point. That would be my starting point, would be to sort that out and see how I can, like, get it to get what you see on screen, taking a few more chances and being a bit more original. I think if I ever, like, did get into that position, which I never will, of course, but if I did, I think I would be a bit divisive. I think people would love me or hate me because I would take some risks. I would try some stuff. I would kind of, I would give you OMG moments, but they might be OMG moments that you don't love. They might be things that you're not crazy about, but I would give you things to talk about, and you wouldn't know what you were going to get from week to week. It certainly wouldn't be as safe or as sterile or as comfortable as what it is now. I would definitely move us away from that. And yeah, it's one of those where people are always going to want their favorites pushed, and if your favorite isn't being pushed, then you're going to be upset, aren't you? So, again, there's no way of pleasing everyone. That's okay. But I think you can look at this year and say it's been too safe, it's been too comfortable, it's been too sterile. There's too many shows where we use the word skippable, missable, and that's not right, is it? It should feel like if you're going to give me 2 hours of your week to watch SmackDown, I should give you something in return. And you should feel like you spent those 2 hours wisely. And I don't think that's the talent's fault. I think that's creative's fault. I really do blame them. But you could get there and creative could be brilliant, couldn't they? They could be absolutely fantastic. And it could be a case that they are having all of their ideas subdued. So, I don't know. So much strikes me as being wrong. And I don't know if it's Triple H who has the final say, or if it is the creative teams that are just not coming up with the ideas. Or maybe that side of it is brilliant, but the execution by the wrestlers is not good. But I don't think that's the case because, we just don't put them in exciting situations, do we? We got a bit of a home invasion thing the other day, which was great. That was really good. Not not a massive fan as to how it came out, because like it was online and then we sort of ignored it on Raw, and by the time we got to SmackDown and we showed it, we'd all seen it already, and so it was kind of like a bit of old news by that point. I sort of feel like the presentation of it was not quite right. I don't know. It was good though. I applaud it. That is more along those lines, but you can't keep doing the same thing, can you? You can't do like home invasions all the time. So this is where you're going to need to come up with like lots of different ideas. But, you know, I talk about when Stone Cold drove a beer truck into the arena and sprayed people down with a beer truck. You kind of look at that and go, that was brilliant. That was so original. That was so clever. And it wasn't that long ago that we had Brock drive a tractor to the ring and pick the flipping ring up. Now, you're not going to do that every week, right? But he did that on one of the shows back in, was it 2022? SummerSlam, came down, picked the ring up, and it was awesome. And it was like, yeah, man. I mean, that was the start of the Triple H era, and it felt like, yes, this is awesome. This is amazing. This is the kind of thing that we're looking for. You know, where's the new match type ideas? Where's like, you know, we've had Hell in a Cell, we've had Elimination Chamber. What's the next thing? Show me something new. Show me something else. You know, I'm interested in like something new. Breathe some new life into the company. You know, the biggest thing they've come up with is naming a show WrestlePalooza, and they patted themselves on the back for that. They were like, well done. We've come up with WrestlePalooza, which is an old ECW show name anyway. But there was an interview where they were saying about how they'd launched this new brand and they were really excited about it. They've just took an old ECW show name called WrestlePalooza, which doesn't even sound that great, and used that. And that apparently that was worthy of being patted on the back for. So it's a low bar, isn't it? It's a low bar. Telford, Secret Channel, hello, shout out to you. Said, I've rented a car in Las Vegas and reserved a hotel at the 29 Palms, which is just north of Joshua Tree. We're going to drive from Las Vegas through the National Preserve. Is that wrestling related? Is that wrestling related? Is that like connected to WrestleMania at all? Or is it just completely not connected? Days, Jimmy Hart's been reunited with his megaphone. James, that's awesome. That's great. Jimmy Hart, Ledger. He's such a lovely person as well. He seems like such a lovely person. Like, that's great. I'm really pleased that he's been reunited with his megaphone. We won 3-0 against West Ham, says Connor. You did. Congrats. I saw some of those results. I've seen that England in the cricket are off at the moment for the rain. So I think England fans are hoping this rain is going to stick around. So there we go. Rain. It's not many sports where rain would arrive and the fans would cheer. Calvin said, days after last night, do we see Nick Aldis turning heel by causing Cody the title at Bash in Berlin? At Bash in Berlin? I don't see Nick Aldis turning heel, no. I think that it's one of those where Drew is going to hit Cody. Cody is going to want to respond, but he is going to not be able to respond. And it's going to be very frustrating. It's going to just build up to the match. I don't think it's going to actually lead to Nick Aldis turning heel. I mean, it'd be great if it did, because that would be the more exciting option, wouldn't it? If Nick Aldis became a bit of a heel GM and actually started to throw his weight around and, you know, certainly be off with Cody, and maybe next year we could have Cody and Nick Aldis. That would be fantastic. I'd love that. I think that would be quite original. I think it would be interesting. There's a lot of backstory there as well, because Some of you might know, might not know that actually at the very first All In before AEW started, they did that show All In, and it was Cody against Nick Aldis was the match. And Cody wins the NWA title from Nick Aldis, ends up dropping it back, but they've had a little feud, and so there is a history there. So, yeah, that would be exciting, but I don't think it's going to be going that way. I don't think they've got any desire for Nick Aldis to be a wrestler. I think they're quite happy with him as in this GM role. I haven't heard any rumours of Nick Aldis becoming a wrestler or going back to being a wrestler. Not envisaging anything along those lines, not heard any rumours of him turning heel. So it's quite a jump, isn't it, to kind of go to that just from a little bit of a disagreement between Nick Aldis and Cody, but it's certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. It's one of the most interesting things to come out of SmackDown, but I mean, that's a low bar. Telford said, do you want to come to Las Vegas with me? I'm all right, thank you. I don't have Las Vegas money. I haven't even quite got chair money yet, but I will have chair money. And so but I definitely don't have Las Vegas money. James is like, please keep on peeing down. Yes. Honestly, our best player has just arrived in the cricket. Rain. So that's great news. So yeah, we're gonna be sitting here doing rain dances. Hello, Flame First. Hope you're well, my friends. Bishop said, that is awesome. Have fun. I went this year and I had so much fun. Oh, what? Vegas? Very cool. Connor said, have you got a possible feeling that Paige could return at the Women's Rumble in Riyadh? I think she could make an appearance. I think she could get a nice reaction. And from there, we could certainly look to use her as an attraction. I don't envisage her coming back full time. Only because I think the women's division has moved on from Paige. Paige was someone that was around like 10 years ago, and the women's division was in a very, very, very different place. You know, Paige at that point was around just as Becky was coming through, just as Charlotte was coming through. And actually, we're starting to see, well, we've probably had 2 waves of women after that at least. So, you know, I feel like now we're getting the likes of Io and Julia and Stephanie. You know, we're getting Sol Ruka coming through. Like, Paige to me is someone that, I don't know. I think there is a place for her, but it's hard to make an argument that she would be like a major name. It's hard to say. I mean, she's kind of been replaced. You know, back in the day, she stood out because she was the anti-diva. She was in black, and like all the other girls were blonde and attractive, and there's Paige, still attractive, but like a bit of a goth, and the anti-diva, and she stood out for that reason. I mean, now we're living in the Rhea Ripley world, you know? We're living in a Tatum Paxley world. We're living in a world where the women's division has massively moved on. And I gotta tell you, man, I was really, really underwhelmed with what I saw from Paige in AEW. I thought her AEW run was a real disaster. I was not impressed with her matches. I was not impressed with her promos. I was just not impressed with her work. And I think inactivity played a big part. I think ring rust played a big part. I think that her maybe not having the guidance of WWE and not having that Paige character and having to kind of reinvent herself into something for the modern age played a part. So I think there's a lot that was going against her in AEW. Maybe some of that will be fixed if she comes back to WWE, but I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't know what that looks like, Paige coming back. I think great for a Rumble appearance. Great for a Rumble appearance. Great for a mystery partner. Yeah. Great for a mystery opponent as a one-off. I'm just struggling to see her coming back and having a run when we've got so much talent that is coming through. Where does she land? Maybe she could be a tag partner for someone. Perhaps she could do that. Perhaps she could be a good tag partner for someone and then, you know, just boost that women's tag division maybe. But Yeah, she could be in the Rumble. She could be a surprise. She could be in the Rumble. Garrett said, are we ready for Christmas? I hope everyone's ready for Christmas. It's literally just round the corner, isn't it? Telfer said, did you see that Andre Tate lost his fight today? I honestly, it was not even on my radar. I didn't. No. Matteo said, Days, big show with a lot of matches today. Yeah. AAA shows are always good and lots of fun. I saw a video of Fenix and Mysterio come into the arena with Penta next to them. That's pretty cool. Thoughts? Great. We know that Penta was meant to be with Rey Fenix, Lucha Bros. We know that he's injured, but it's great that he's still there. So, yeah, you know, it's one of those that's great. Let's see. It'll be nice just to see them come walking out, won't it? Be nice to see them come walking out and to see them together again. We saw them kind of on a video package backstage together when they made the announcement. But, yeah, it's nice that he's there. I think that's our main event tonight, isn't it? Because Dominik's in that. El Grande's in that. So, yeah, that'll be our main event. Finding out Jake Paul got a double broken jaw is always a good day, said James. Yep. I mean, that fight pretty much went the way that everyone thought it was going to go. There was only two things, really, that just went slightly different than what I was thinking, but not much. Kind of thought that Jake would be evasive and would be on the run. I didn't expect that for 4 rounds. I didn't expect it to be so long that the ref had to basically call them over and go, people did not pay to watch this, beep. So, you know, the ref actually had to say that during the fight because the first 4 rounds was just Jake running away, being evasive, right? So that went longer than I was expecting. I thought that would be a round or 2. I didn't expect 4, and I didn't expect the ref to have that words. The other thing I didn't expect was I really thought that Joshua would work the body, and I thought that, you know, I could see it being a case that it would be a stoppage, and you don't get that nice knockout moment. You get a nicer moment than I was expecting. It's not Jake being knocked out cold, though, like I think people wanted. People were hoping to see him just spark flat out on the mat, and you don't get that. But you do get a nicer moment than I was expecting. Joshua gave you a Christmas present there because he could have gone after the body, digging in body shots, and Jake like doubling over and then going to his knees in pain and the ref calling it. I thought that would be the end. He didn't need to go to the body to open up the head and then smash him in the face. He didn't need to do that, but he did it because he knows everyone wanted Jake Paul to be punched in the face hard, so he gave you that. And, I mean, you got to say, fair play. It broke Jake Paul's jaw in 2 places. He's had to have a titanium plate fitted. He's had to have teeth removed. He's got to drink out of a straw. This is crazy, man. For the next 7 days, this is what he said. For the next week, he's got to just drink out of a straw. He's had teeth removed. He's had a metal plate fitted. Broke his jaw in 2 places. And I sort of feel like Joshua didn't really need to do that, right? But he did because he knows so many of you want to have that as a Christmas present. So Anthony Joshua's now a GOAT, right? Jake Paul gets murked. But I really thought it would be a case that Joshua would be a bit more humble. I genuinely thought Joshua would be maybe more grateful for the payday. You know, maybe a word was had of, look, if you sense the finish, if you can more target the body than the face. You know, I don't know if there's any... I mean, clearly those conversations did not happen. And Joshua went bang, like this. There's an amazing picture, actually, of Jake's jaw, like, over here, right? As the shot kind of comes in. And there's some great images, actually. There's one of Jake in the corner, and he's like really scared. He's got a defense up, but it's like it's like he's staring death in the face, right? So that's a great image. There's another image of Joshua standing right in front of him with a big smile on his face. I don't know if you've seen that one. So in the moment that, like, Jake's doing this, you got Joshua like... And then there's that one where the punch connector, like, his jaw's, like, all the way over there. Yeah, there was a couple of images out of there, a couple of stuff that I was not expecting. I wasn't expecting him to give us that much. But you got to say, and listen, it pains me, but you got to say, fair play. If you get hit by Anthony Joshua and he hits you so hard, he breaks your jaw in 2 places, right? I would say if anyone punched you and they broke your jaw in 2 places and it doesn't knock you out, you go down and you're just, you know, still conscious. I mean, he was still conscious. In fact, he went down and went, wow, like that. Yeah, he was stunned. I'm not sure he had ever been hit that hard in his life. And I think if you don't get knocked out, you do have to say, fair play, the guy's got some sort of chin. Some sort of chin. And I know people will say he lasted 6 rounds, but he ran for 4 of them. People were expecting this to be like 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Take away the running, and that's pretty much what it was. So, you know, it was what it was. Honestly, people wondered if there'd be this great surprise. There was not. Jake effed around, and he found out. And now he's got teeth removed, titanium plate installed. He's got a drink out of straw for the next week. But he has got, you know, millions and tens of millions more in the bank. So there we go. Anderson Silva knocking out at 50 or something. I didn't see much of the undercard. I only saw the Baumgartner fight. It's a real shame because I would have loved to have done the build and had those conversations. I mean, I love boxing and we've covered a lot of boxing on the channel. And, you know, we've covered a lot of Joshua fights, actually, and Jake Paul. So it's kind of, yeah, I was really disappointed it was on the Friday at the same time as SmackDown. But, you know, hey-ho, it is what it is. And we still found a way of covering the fight. So if you joined us for that, I hope you enjoyed it, got some out of it. But, yeah, no great surprises. Robbie said, I watched a lot of breakdowns with people talking about how much of a joke and a disgrace it was. Boxing should be ashamed of themselves, says Robbie. Hawks fan said Jake's reaction on the ground was like, uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, we didn't know at that point that he had broken his jaw. In fact, I even missed when he mentioned it because I was talking to you guys. He mentions it in the post-fight thing. And then there was a video doing the round where I think he sort of shows in his mouth. I paused that, took a screenshot of it because you could see his teeth. I've got it, actually. I can show you. I'm sure you've seen the picture by now. But, yeah, I tweeted this out from a screenshot I took. You can see his teeth here have collapsed in, look. So, obviously, it looks like they've collapsed in there as well on that side. I mean, it was broken in 2 places. But you can see it goes round and then it kind of shoots back here and his teeth's here. And then it kind of goes back round again. So, clearly there's an issue. That is not right. So, yeah, it looks like there, look, 2 places he had it as a broken jaw. I mean, you've got... That's not him saying I broke my jaw and not giving us any proof, you know? There's the scan and there's a look in his actual mouth. Like, that is broke. And you got to say fair play. He took that shot and he did not... he didn't, like, lose consciousness or anything. Is it going to make him a bit more selective in the future when it comes to opponents? Well, I would think so. I would think so. I think that's a harsh lesson that he's learnt there, isn't it? You know, I think he was kind of a believer in I can do anything. You know, and that's commendable, isn't it? I'm not against that. That sort of self-belief, I can do anything. But the truth is that there are levels, and you go in there with someone that's so much bigger than you, and you go in there with someone so much more experienced than you and so much better than you. I mean, it was always going to go the way that it went. We still miss things people don't care. That would have been of interest, says William. It looked rigged. He ate that punch, says Trude. I don't think it makes any sense for it to be rigged for him to break his jaw. I don't think it makes any sense for him. If you're going to rig it, you're going to rig it where you're not going to take that sort of punishment. Genuinely, I don't think there was really like a way out. I think there's like a split second where he's kind of backed into the corner, defends, and then the shots come in. I mean, it's like it's a split second where he's kind of having to make decisions of like, what do I do? If I throw a shot, I'm going to get countered. It's probably best to try and defend and weather this, but he couldn't weather it. Joshua was in full flow at that point. And that was it. What do we think about the match cards? What's the hype level? Match card looks good. Hype level is pretty low, only because I have had so much other stuff to focus on. So I'm just being honest, right? I've had so much other stuff to focus on. We've been really focused on, obviously, Survivor Series. And then after Survivor Series, it wasn't long until John Cena's last match, and that was a major focus. Then I was having to try and figure out how do I do SmackDown with the boxing, and that was last night. And genuinely, I feel like, if I'm just being honest here, I feel like I am limping my way into next week. I feel like there has just been so much stuff that's needed setting up and getting ready for, that I feel like I just need like a breath. I just need to go. Oh. I had a little bit of that today, to be honest. This is why the stream was late being set up, because, I stayed in bed that little bit longer than I normally would. Had something to eat. Got the stream set up like an hour ago. And that was because I was like, I ain't getting up early to set streams up and, do all this stuff. I'm just gonna have that little bit extra in bed. So yeah, my focus has been on so much other stuff that I feel like we've arrived at this stream and it's like, okay, what's happening? Even I'm like, sorry, what's the match cards? I genuinely didn't know when I woke up today what we were watching. I knew about the main event and I knew about the Wyatt 6. I had no idea the match card was as big as what it is. But now I'm here and we're, streaming and we're in the flow. I'm probably about a 7 because I think there's some really good talent. I really like Jack Cartwheel. He has really shone for me in Evolve. Clearly for WWE as well, because they're using him on this show. So Jack Cartwheel is someone that's interesting to me. Really like him. Really like Dominik, of course. Dominik Mysterio and Javon Evans. Wyatt 6 are going to be on the show. So, we've got some decent star power. Psycho Circus impressed me. I liked them when we watched them last time. I've always liked Vikingo. So Vikingo is someone I'll be excited to see. He's in action tonight. To be honest, I'm not massively taken with like Wagner Jr. and Pagano and whatever, There's a lot of them that I'm like not that taken with, or they don't really stand out to me. So those are the bits I'm like, it doesn't really matter if it's Wagner Jr. Doesn't really matter if it's, I don't know, I'm trying to think about Octagon. Like I can't really say any of them of like, I can't say I've become like a massive fan of any of them in particular. I mean, Mr. Iguana is the one that stands out the most, but I do find his antics a bit annoying during the matches sometimes. He is someone that he's a comedy guy, and he likes to mess around during the matches. And I don't know, there's just times where I'm like, this is a bit silly now. This is just not quite for me. It's fine. I'm not, if you enjoy it, I'm not hating, right? I'm just saying, I'm just being honest that for my taste, it is not quite what I'm looking for. It just goes a little too far into the silliness during the matches sometimes, and I'm sure that'll be the case again today. So I think those are the reasons why it's not 10, but Vikingo is going to be really fun. I'm looking forward to watching, and as we said, Psycho Circus as a faction I think have got a great look, and I think they should be fun against the Wyatt 6. So probably about 7. Probably about a 7. Arene Nelson. It's hard to know, isn't it, where the first name stops and the second name starts. Arene Nelson, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the kind words. People are cruel. Jake is a great person, and he is a great role model for the kids, says King Yeti. King Yeti said that, and because King Yeti said it, I agree. I agree with everything King Yeti says. Metal Mama said, the holidays suck. I'm just ready for them to be done. Normally, I love them so much. It's just life lately. Well, I hope that turns around, my friends. I hope that turns around. I think that it can be really challenging at this time because there's so much stress and pressure, and there's so much that can go wrong. That, you know, there's been many a Christmas where I've been like, that sucks. It's nothing but magical when you're a kid, but when you get older, you know, it's not as, well, at least I don't think it's as special. If it's still that way for you, then that's fantastic. For me, it is a time to look forward to. I still look forward to it because it's always lovely spending time with family. But, oh God, there's always like headaches that come with it. Normally, our family come round here on the 28th, and normally someone is going to argue with someone. You know, there's normally like an argument somewhere within the family. Or, you know, normally someone has a bit too much to drink and they're throwing up outside or something like this, you know. So there's normally some sort of drama that we're having to deal with. Dort Knight said, I've not bought a single gift for anyone yet. This might be, there might be gift card year. Yeah, that's the other headache, isn't it? I agree with you. Completely agree. That's also been a headache for me. I only managed to get my last presents last night. So as soon as I did the stream, I started work on the breakdown video. Then I did the opinions video. And then I was going to work on Unseen. You might have seen there wasn't an Unseen. But I was like, I really do need to get some gifts. Like, I really am running out of time. If I don't do it now, I mean, it's going to be Sunday tomorrow, and I don't know what that means for, like, delivery. So I was like, I've got to sort this out. So I got my final bits yesterday. But, so, you know, with like 4 days to go, I've still got to write cards. I've still got to wrap. Oh, it's just, it is extra drama, isn't it? It's hard. The other thing I've got is that this room I'm in is a complete mess. Like, it is bad. There is stuff everywhere. I've been putting CDs, as you know, this year onto my computer. I've got CDs everywhere. I've got boxes. I've got bits of paperwork from, like, match scores, pads and cables and blooming pens, and I've just got stuff. It's stuff. Just got stuff. I mean, it's going to take hours to clean up this room, and it's like, I don't know where I'm going to find those hours. And then, like, you know, you've got people worrying about Christmas dinner and doing all that. Like, it is extra stressful, honestly, this time of year. It is extra stressful. Brony said, I don't really celebrate Christmas. My family come over for the New Year's countdown. We basically celebrate Christmas, New Year's on the same day. That's probably quite clever. James said, today we sorted out my oldest brother and his wife. They're going to come over. They're bringing us a KFC so we don't have to cook. Oh, that's great. That sounds perfect, doesn't it? So you don't even have to worry about cooking. That's great. Well, that's a positive. That's a big thumbs up. So not only do you get to spend time with family, which is brilliant, but you're also going to get like a cheeky KFC. Love that. Dort Knight said, it's crazy how quick the years go by now. I can picture days talking about family coming around for Christmas several times. Yeah, it's true, isn't it? It's true. And like when they come round, obviously you got to entertain them. I normally tend to do a bit of a quiz, which is normally, like the past few years, I've just written down 20 questions to do with the year. And it always seems to go quite well, right? So we've never done that ever, right? But when they started coming around here, which was probably about 4 or 5 years ago now, the first time they started doing that. we were like, well, we've got to do something, haven't we? People can't just really sit around and just have little chats. I mean, like, we've got to do something. Obviously, the kids, we have like, my cousins have got kids, so they had some presents. They could open those. But yeah, we did this little quiz thing, and of course, everyone was like, well, you can do it. You don't mind speaking to people. And I was like, okay, I don't. That's fine. So I was quite happy to do that. But it's like, I haven't sorted that this year. I don't know what we're going to do, actually. I need to, that's another job on my list. Like, games. We don't really do them, honestly, those kind of games. But just a little, like, pub quiz type thing we have done the past few years. So, yeah, I do need to get my head around that. So, yeah, I mean, I've got till the 28th on that, though, so that's a little better. 28th is the day where I'm kind of out of the picture. I don't even know. 28th, what does that fall on, actually? It falls on a Sunday. Perfect. That's a week. Oh, God, I've got a week. Okay. Falls on a Sunday. Well, that's perfect, because that means that it's not going to disrupt anything. So, love that. Rent-Free said, Days, do we think that Austin Theory unveiling perfectly sums up how disappointing WWE has been? I think a serious discussion on Triple H's head booker needs to take place. I don't mind Theory in that group. I think that it was a shame it leaked out. I think that had it have not leaked out, then I think that would have been a more impactful reveal. I think that... I think it's really hard to know Triple H's head booker. I feel like the buck stops with him. I feel like if you're a manager of a football team, you might not be the problem. It might be that the training facilities are not good enough. It might be you haven't quite got the right players. It might be that the training is not good enough, right? Your tactics might be fine, but if everyone's not pulling in the same direction, the end result is not going to be what you're looking for. And so he might not be the problem. It could be that the creative teams are the problem. It could be the producers of the matches are not good enough, because a lot of those Raw and SmackDown matches this year have not been good enough. And so are the producers stepping up and providing good enough entertaining matches? So I think it's hard to just point at one person. I think it's hard to look at WWE and go, it's that one person's fault. He is the most important person. He is the one that brings it all together. So ultimately, he does have to take responsibility. But being a Man United fan, I can tell you that we had an amazing manager who was our manager for a long, long time. And he left in, I think it was like 2012, 2013. And ever since then, for the past 12 years, we've had 7 different managers, something like this. And none of them have got us back to where we were. None of them have been able to do what he did. And the manager is the one that everyone points at and goes, you're not good enough. Let's get the next guy in. We bring the next guy in. And then that person's not good enough. And then we bring the next one in, and that person's not good enough. And at some point you sort of go, is it the managers? Or have we actually got a deeper problem here? Is it our recruitment? Like, is that wrong? Is it the training facilities? Like, what's going on? We keep changing managers. We keep bringing in these world-class managers. I mean, we're not bringing in idiots. So we bring in these world-class managers that have success at other places, and Man United just stays rubbish. So I sort of look at that and go, okay, Triple H was killing it in NXT. Black and Gold was, people loved it. I mean, honestly, I remember the conversations of people saying, I can't wait for Vince to go and Triple H to take over. People couldn't wait for Triple H to be the guy. And now he is the guy. People are like, oh, we need to get rid of him. Triple H is a big problem. I'm just not. I'm not going to fall into that trap of thinking he is the problem. He is the sole problem. Switch him out, and all of a sudden everything becomes amazing. It's really hard to say. It's without kind of knowing what's going on behind the scenes, it's really hard to say. So I would be. It's hard. This is why I'm not particularly calling for his head, but I am calling for change. He has to take responsibility because at the end of the day, he signs off. He's got the final say. So what we see on screen has got his fingerprints on it. So he does have to take responsibility, yes. If this has been a bad year, Triple H has to take responsibility. But the point I'm making is if you change him, I don't know that that changes anything. I don't know that that fixes the problem. It could do. But the difference between NXT and the main roster, I think, is vast. I think those that think Shawn Michaels is going to come up and fix everything, I don't agree. Because we said that of Triple H. Triple H was responsible for Black and Gold, which is still regarded as NXT's greatest periods. NXT was killing it when it was a brand between 2012, 2018, right? That kind of 6-year periods with Bayley and Charlotte and Finn Balor and Sami Zayn, Kevin Owens, Shinsuke coming in, Asuka coming in. That period is incredible. It is really amazing for NXT. And, Triple H was responsible. And now he's gone up to the main roster and he's delivering what he's delivering. I think that booking 1 2-hour show that stays in the same building each week, using talent that you see all week, you can speak to them Monday through to Saturday, right? Someone said the other day that Gigi Dolan mentioned, I think it was Big Time, said Gigi Dolan said that they only have one day off, which is Sunday. Every other day they are at the PC, working, doing something, right? I think it's very different to work with talent that are hungry to progress, hungry to learn. They should be, because they're getting paid so much. And if they go to the main roster, they're going to get paid a hell of a lot more. So, this is talent that should be really engaged. You're working with talent that wants to learn, wants to succeed, wants to develop, and is switched on and engaged. You're working with them all week. You've got 1 2-hour show to worry about. It's in the same building every week. You get to sleep in your same bed every night. You're not having to stay into hotels and travel around the world like they do, European tour in January for the main roster. They go to Australia and Saudi Arabia, and NXT doesn't have to worry about any of that. They can just sit and, map out their 2-hour show, and they've got a performance center and they've got feedback with the roster. I think it's so drastically different to Raw and SmackDown that I'm just not convinced that you take Shawn out of that environment, put him on the main roster environment, and you just get magic. I mean, we've sort of seen with Triple H, it does not translate that way. So, yeah, it's honestly, it's a difficult conversation. It's I think it's fair to say this has been a bad year. Triple H needs to improve next year. And if he doesn't, then the calls for him to step down will only get louder and louder, right? But I feel like where we are right now is he gave us a good 2022, 2023, 2024. Everyone was really positive about that. This is a bad year. I think we can allow a bad year. Need something better next year. So there is pressure there. There is definitely pressure there. And looking forward to seeing kind of how we bounce back from what has been a very disappointing 2025. For me, this next week is inconsequential. I mean, don't even bother tuning in. I don't know the spoilers or anything, right? I don't know. But for me, I don't really go into next week with any expectation. I think the year is done. I think 2025 has played out. I think this is now taped shows that are during the Christmas periods where you are just scrambling to put a show together with the talent that you've got that haven't gone home, that, you are just putting some on so that you are, meeting your commitments. Because obviously Netflix wants a Raw every week and USA Network want a SmackDown every week. So I sort of feel like, yeah, SmackDown last night was not very good. Okay. I don't think Raw on Monday will be very good. I'm not convinced NXT on Tuesday will be any good. I'm not convinced that SmackDown next Friday will be any good. There might be some stuff on them, but I ain't going into them with any expectations. I think that for me, I'll get back to judging kind of like January, really. But, you know, I think that we are back to live shows. There's one live show, I think, at the end of December. Whatever, you know, we'll see how that goes. But January, I think 2025 is pretty much done. What NXT women do we think would work best on SmackDown? I can't wait to see Blake, says Neil. Yeah, I would be down for seeing Sol Ruka. I think she is, you know, a fantastic talent that is very exciting to watch. I like JC Jane a lot as well. I think she works well in a group. I would be a little bit concerned if we split up Fatal Influence. I think Fallon could come up with her. No problem with them as a little tag team, doing some solo stuff, but also being a tag team. You could even put a third member, like someone that's a bit lost on the main roster. You know, you could put a third member with them. Not sure as to who that would be, but I do think Kiana James would fit a lot better going into a Fatal Influence than she would be in with Julia. But I suppose Kiana's kind of like the English speaker for Julia. I get the impression that she's sort of a manager, but she's there as a kind of way of communicating whilst Julia's still learning English. So I get the reason, but I think from an aesthetic, I think Kiana James with Fallon and JC, Laney staying in NXT because she's not ready. I think that would make sense to me. So yeah, I think there is a lot that we could call up. We could definitely bring all them up. You could bring Jordan Grace up. She's got a lot of experience from TNA. So you know, there's a women wise, I think we're in a very good position. Honestly, there's at least 3-4 that you could call up. You could call up Lola Vice. I mean, I don't know that she's going to kill it, but she's got a great look. She is obviously a very attractive girl. She's in a real-life relationship with Damien, which you could bring to TV. She has got great striking. Her match quality is okay. She's not going to give you a 5-star banger or maybe even a 4-star banger, but she can definitely deliver 3.5 stars on a regular basis. She's not going to stink the place out. Promo-wise, she's got a bit of fire. You know, that's part of her personality. I kind of feel like you could bring her up and she could continue learning on the main roster. I just think that she'll probably learn more staying in NXT for a little bit longer. But so you could bring her up. Maybe I would not do that in January. But she's definitely an option. We need more Roman in 2026, said Hawks fan. Mateo said, I've seen some spoilers, but I'm not going to say. I can say the next few shows do seem somewhat good. Okay. Well, I'm going to go into them with low expectations, and I think that's the right approach. These are taped Christmas shows. In my mind, Christmas shows are like Miracle on 34th, street fight type stuff, you know? It's kind of like festive feeling type shows that are just novelty. So if you're telling me there's some good stuff coming up, then great. But I would recommend still going into them with low expectations. They are still taped Christmas week shows, you know. It doesn't really matter what year it is. Even though 2025 has been a bad year, 2026 could be amazing. Anything Christmas week that's taped, I'm not going to have any sort of expectation for. Irrelevant of how good the year has been. I just think that, you know, there's a lot going against you putting on a great show if you're having to tape it and also celebrate Christmas. And it's just a weird time, isn't it? It's just a weird time of the year, so... Flamefist said, hear me out. Okay. On the 3rd of January, Cody loses to Austin Theory and Punk loses to Bron Breakker. That's not a theory. It's a wrestling theory, said Flamefist. Okay. Okay. Yeah, get in your thoughts. Honestly, I mean, this is quite nice, actually. I didn't expect so many people around for this stream, genuinely. I really thought that this would be a struggle. I really thought that a lot of people would probably stay away from this because of it being AAA. But it seems like AAA have done a fantastic job of, like, getting some excitement, you know? Like, generating some sort of buzz. So I am really interested in hearing what people have got to say about the year, about next year, about what they would do, about who they like, who they would push, who they think deserves better. Any of your wrestling thoughts, fire them in. We've got another hour until the AAA show starts. And, you know, if you are joining us and you don't normally join us, this is what we like to do. We like to get stuck into conversations and talk about what's happening in wrestling. Right, I am not aware of who's on AAA tonight. Are the Wyatts on? The Wyatts are on. They're taking on Psycho Circus. Robbie said at least tonight should be better than SmackDown. Yes. We show up for you, says Papa Squirrel. Yeah, honestly, I so appreciate it. I really... I mean, even I did not give this stream much thought. You know, it got set up about an hour before, if that. And, you know, as I said, I was just really focused on SmackDown and the fight. So, yeah, it's one of those that it's yeah, nice. I'm looking forward to chatting away with you guys. Neil said, I usually have the streams on whilst I'm falling asleep. Best way to listen to me, to be honest. I do have a very soothing voice. I stay up for that joke of a boxing match last night, so I am pretty tired, says Neil. Yeah, there's a lot of backlash to that. A lot of people saying it was a disgrace and a joke. And yeah, I mean, it just was what we thought it was. People tuned in it, obviously, to see if Jake would get knocked out. People tuned in to see if Jake, you know, had a trick up his sleeve. And, you know, I think we got our answers, obviously. So, yeah, I mean, Netflix will be pleased. I'm sure the numbers will come out and they were great. Joshua's going to be pleased. Jake's going to be pleased. At least no one had to pay for it. I will say that. Could you imagine if you'd paid $50 for that? I mean, that's where that... I'm not angry at what we got because I feel like we actually got more than I was expecting, you know. We got... I thought it would be a bit... You know, Joshua would take it a little easier, but, I mean, he didn't. He broke his jaw in 2 places. I was not expecting, like, anything along those lines. And it was free. And it was on Netflix. So had we have all had to have paid like $50 for that, you know, that would have stung. Hawks fan said, I just wanted to see Jake get dusted. Robbie said, I'm looking forward to Ethan 3 belts after tonight. Ethan 3 belts. They both made 90 million. Boxing paydays are insane nowadays, said Hawks fan. Yeah, I agree. That money comes from people subscribing to Netflix, of course. So, you know, that money kind of comes from us, from the Netflix subscription. So, yeah, it is crazy. You kind of wish that they weren't getting paid those kinds of eye-watering levels, and then maybe we could all have our Netflix subscriptions a little bit cheaper. But, you know, I don't begrudge people that box getting good paydays. But, I don't know, man, like 90 million? I mean, it is crazy. What do we think will be the best match tonight? For me, Javon, Cartwheel, Laredo is going to be best. But best match overall will probably be Ray and now Grande and everything, says Matteo. It's hard, isn't it? Because I don't really know what to expect out of a lot of the AAA talent. I agree with you that I think anything that's got Javon involved is going to be up for match of the night status. I think Javon is very interesting. Jack Cartwheel is obviously very interesting. I really like him. That is the match I would look at as if I could only watch one match, it would probably be the Wyatts, just because that's the one I think our community would be most interested in. So I feel like that's the one that I would get asked about the most. How did they look? What went down? So if I could only watch one, it would have to be that. But I think that's not the match I'm expecting to have the best in-ring action. I agree with you. I think that'll be the Javon one. Javon, Jack Cartwheel, Laredo Kid triple threat. Yeah. The women's one will just be okay. I'm not, if I see it or I miss it, I'm not really going to be too bothered, to be honest. The tag fatal 4-way will just be people flying around. That'll be fine. Again, if I miss it, I'm not too bothered. I really am interested in Vikingo Dragon Lee, though. I think that could be a lot of fun. Vikingo Dragon Lee is definitely one I'm interested in. So I'm interested in that. So yeah, there's definitely some interesting matchups. It's not a terrible card tonight. To be fair, Days, we get Stranger Things, WWE and boxing for like $5.99, and I even get it free with Virgin, said Dortnight. Oh, very good. Ethan, soon to be the greatest North American and Latin American champion of all time, says Robbie. I would not have paid for that fight, said Neil. I probably would for Joshua versus Fury, but I'm worried that Joshua's chin is done against real boxers. Yeah, I think it is. I think Joshua has definitely declined. I think it was actually a bit concerning the amount of missing that he had last night. There was quite a few occasions where he was swinging and I know that Jake's younger. I know that Jake is going to have worked on evasion and avoiding shots, and that's going to have been a big focus, is surviving. But, I think Joshua even said that he was, it was a ring rust type performance from him. He'd like to have got him out of there earlier. I think he was kind of letting him off the hook. I saw a cartoon, actually, that I can't remember the guy's name, but he makes animations of MMA, and he did one for the boxing, and basically it had Joshua standing there, it had Jake kind of running around him, right? And Joshua was acting like he was about to finish it, and then this like Netflix executive appeared and was like, and Joshua was like, oh, okay. And then just like, messed around for a little bit. And then he looked up again after a little while, and the Netflix executive was like, okay. So they were having a bit of fun, of course. I'm not saying that happened, but they were having a bit of fun sort of suggesting that Joshua had taken his time because Netflix wanted, a bit more of a fight. For their money. I'm not saying that happened. I think it's just as true that Joshua was rusty and there was ring rust. He hadn't been active for, I think it was like 14 or 15 months. So for him to get back in the ring, and hard as well to get into a rhythm when someone's running around, and you can't like pin them down. So I think it was a bit challenging in that regards. I think it was a bit frustrating for everyone in that regards, but at least we got to see something, and we got a finish in round 6. But I think a lot of people probably woke up that didn't watch it and was surprised. My brother actually was one. I spoke to my brother this morning. I was like, "Did you watch the fight?" He was like, "I thought it was tonight." I was like, "No, it was last night." I was like, "You didn't miss much, but it's probably worth watching the finish." And yeah, he was like, I didn't expect it to go 6 rounds. I was like, yeah, he did kind of run for 4 of them. So, yeah. I'm pumped for the Wyatt's match, said Matteo. But the rest room match is probably going to be Ethan Wagner. I don't know. Maybe Ethan could pull a shocker and become a triple title holder. I don't want it, though. Okay. Apparently, in AAA, Regular has done a lot of good for Dragon Lee. Appearing in AAA has done Dragon Lee a lot of good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing him tonight against Vikingo. There's been a little build to that as well. Imagine if the MFTs show up and go after the Wyatt, said Marty. Oh, that's a good shout, actually. That's a good shout. That's not impossible. That's a good shout. Days, have you got any oogle boogle skamoobles? I don't, Miss Clown. That did make me think of Boglins for some reason, though. But no, I don't think I have any oogle boogles. But I hope you do. I hope you get some for Christmas, buds. Who won the fight between Jake? It was Anthony Joshua in round 6. Do we think Gervonta Davis would have won against Jake? I think that would have been a very interesting fight, Shane, because I think the size difference would have been a big factor. I think that it would have been a very interesting fight. I think that I don't know how it would have played, honestly. I feel like Gervonta would have outboxed Jake, but Gervonta actually would have had to have been careful of what was coming back. I think Jake has got a chin. I think he's got some good movement. He showed that last night. I mean, he was able to avoid some of Joshua's shots. I think he's got a chin because he's just had his jaw broken in 2 places and he did not get knocked out. He got knocked down, but he was still conscious. So I think that there's probably some power there. I think Jake went into that fight with Joshua believing that he could do something, right? And I think that belief comes from the numbers that you see when you're training, right? I said before, like, you do all these different things in training and they can be measured. And I think that you go into a fight against Joshua with some numbers that you go, okay, I can actually do something here. My punching power has improved 50% from 2 years ago. I know how hard Lawrence Coley hits. I know how hard I hit. I'm a little bit behind, but nothing drastic. I genuinely think he knows some data, which is where he gets belief. I think he is a very, like, I can do this. Give me a challenge, I'll overcome it. I think he has thrown himself hard into training. I don't believe that he cuts corners. I think that he has got, like, some of the best coaches, some of the best training. I think, actually, it's a really interesting experiment, is my honest answer. Forget that it's Jake Paul, right? Forget how you feel about him. I think it's really interesting. Take a rich kid that's got no boxing backgrounds. Give him the best coaches, one of the best gyms. I mean, the gym's like $3 million or something. Like, the facilities that he is training in are impressive, right? The coaches, he's got Lawrence Okoli coming over, is sparring with, like, world champions. I mean, whatever he needs, he can get. He's got access to it. I think he does have a strong work ethic. So take a kid that hadn't done boxing before the age of 21, something like that, that's rich, that can dedicate all his time. He hasn't got to worry about a job. He's making money anyway, right? He's rich anyway. He doesn't need to work. So he ain't got to worry about getting up and working a job and then trying to fit training in, yeah? He hasn't got to worry about trying to get the best coaching or go to the gym. Like, he just builds one. You take this rich kid, he dedicates his life for 6 years to boxing. What can be achieved? What can you achieve? What can I'm going to say a normal human achieve? And I think as an experiment, it's actually quite interesting. There is a lot of selection that's gone on with his opponents. I think this was the first. I don't know if it was the first, but this one definitely felt like a mistake. This one felt like we had lost our minds a little bit on this one. Like, I don't get this one. I understand you picking MMA fighters and putting them in a boxing ring, right? I understand you facing Mike Tyson. I understand you facing, like, washed up boxers, but I don't get Anthony Joshua. I don't understand the logic. I don't understand what you think is going to happen here. And I think, as I said earlier, from a selection point of view, I think he'll have to go back to being more selective, right? And not just thinking he can take the world on. But I think as an experiment, it's really interesting to kind of see what can be achieved. And, genuinely, they're talking about his next fight maybe being against, I think he's called Pat Brown. British Cruiserweight, 5-0, who is, I think, around the top 20. And they're looking at Jake, Cruiserweight, which is his division, maybe taking on Pat Brown. And, you know, could we start to see some actual movement? I think people would really appreciate that. I think people would really appreciate if Jake would start to actually get stuck into some proper ranked fighters, top 30, really, you know, currently is ranked 15 by the WBA. So I think people are looking for that. I don't know. I mean, what does he do next? I don't know. Is he going to mess around with an MMA fight? Is he going to mess around with KSI? I mean, surely the KSI fight is done. I mean, surely that, I mean, there's money to be made there and people would go along, but he's going to kill KSI. KSI ain't beating this version of Jake Paul that has been so dedicated to boxing for so long and has just had a fight with Anthony Joshua, just got punched in the face, broken his jaw in 2 places and not been knocked out. KSI ain't going to stand a chance against Jake Paul. So that's not a fight that Jake needs. That does not improve his skills. It gives him another big payday, and we know that money is a big motivator for him. So I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not really bothered what Jake does next. I'm not really bothered by the Jake Paul experiment because there's too much waffle that comes with it. He would get respect by going in there with fighters that are of a similar standard, a similar level to him, and going, you know, into the fire and actually exchanging and battling, and that's where you earn respect. Beating fighters that are past their prime, beating MMA fighters, or taking a bonkers fight with Joshua, where you can say respect for taking the fight. No problem with that, right? But I think it comes down to would you get paid 90 million to, you know, get into a ring with Anthony Joshua? Some people would say yes. You're not going to have everyone say no. Would you get paid 90 million to have a training camp and then get into the ring with Anthony Joshua? You're probably going to get something broken, and you're probably going to get hurt, but you'll get 90 million out of it. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that would say yes, and that's pretty much what we watched last night, was Jake Paul get in there and take 90 million just to get in there with Joshua. And, you know, he ran, he held, he did whatever he could to try and survive. And, you know, it went the way that it went. I just want Logan against Jake, said Hawks fan. I just want to watch them punch each other. I hope he goes to BKFC, said Hawks fan. Like you said, Dragon Lee Vikingo match seems sick. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I don't know if you saw that one AAA show, but the main event was El Grande against Vikingo, and Dragon Lee attacked him. Don't think I did. There's a few that have not been available to watch here in the UK. So, you know, there's a few that I've not been able to have access to. This was one we weren't sure that we could watch, actually. But thankfully, it is on YouTube tonight, so we have been able to watch it. So, yeah, I am just grateful, honestly. I mean, this close to Christmas, with Christmas now, like, officially less than 5 days away here in the UK. It's now the 21st. The fact that we've got something we can sit down and enjoy together, I'm just really grateful for that. So, yeah. Give me a second. The picture for some reason. Okay, we should be back. That was not a Wi-Fi thing or anything. It was just I don't know, I think like a bit of a camera sort of crashing thing. So Wi-Fi is absolutely fine. Refresh and we are back. Yes, refresh and we are back. Right, Flame Fist said AAA starts in 46 minutes. Yes, get your thoughts in. What do you think? Do you want to talk about AAA? Do you want to talk about WWE? We can keep talking about boxing if you want to. It's up to you. Conversation can go wherever you want to go. Martin said the start time is 2 a.m. Word Life Cinefan said, Days, this is formerly known as Taker 1990. Hello. Stephanie is right about wrestling being her first language, because watching AAA is awesome, and I don't speak the language. Yeah, that is the great thing about wrestling, is you can just enjoy it from around the world. Obviously, the experience can be enhanced if you know the backstory and you can understand what the commentators are saying. If you can't, though, it is still absolutely watchable. I mean, you can go back and watch a match from the 1920s. Don't need to know who they are. Don't need to know who the good guy is, who the bad guy is, what the story is. There doesn't need to be any commentary. You can just watch it and see how it plays out, see the reaction of the crowd, and just sort of get invested. So, yeah, it is kind of its own language. And I thought, yeah, it was a good line, that, by Stephanie. Bishop said, is there a Wep on Thursday? I don't know. I know that Tommy was down for one, but we've got some people coming round. So I don't know is the answer. You missed my super chat. I'm sorry, Nick. Let me jump over to that. Nick, shout out to you, my friends. Am I subscribed to you? No, I am now. Nick Morgan, shout out to you, buds. Nick said, I finally did my YouTube recap. Top 0.1% of viewers, 748 videos watched. And it was top channel. Keep up the great work. Love the channel and I love the community. Well, Nick, thank you, my friends. 748 videos is crazy. I really do appreciate it. My goal for next year... I've got a couple of goals for next year, but my goal for next year is to get more fun stuff on the channel. I feel like this was a year of streaming and unseens. That was this year for the channel. And a good year for like reaction clips as well. I put them up because I just want people to know what we do over here. And it's just a great little advert. So I put those on like TikTok, Facebook, whatever. And they, there's been some really good positive results from those. So that's great. And I think that's helped grow the community and, kind of keep us relevant. So, there's been some really good stuff for the channel this year. But I am aware that there needs to be more like fun stuff. I do keep thinking about taking some of those fun folders and making some videos out of those. I sort of feel like, could you imagine if I just took the best of the fun folders for January and we just had a video that was like, whatever the best was from January, and it just had its own video as like a compilation. Only needs to be 10 minutes. But, that would be something, wouldn't it? That would be good. Or, maybe there's some fun stuff I don't quite get to, because, I've already got enough. Maybe I need to just put that in a separate folder and just have some separate fun videos. I don't know. I need to find more ways of getting fun stuff onto the channel, but I'm not looking to lose Unseen. It would be good if I could find a way of doing Unseen quicker, if I could speed that process up. So time is something I've got to try and find in 2026. So the fact that we were able to provide content, and there was 748 times, Nick, that you chose to engage with that. It's honestly not lost on me. It's not lost on me from anyone. I mean, this is why I wanted to shout out people when they were sending in those YouTube recap things in Unseen, because it's just not lost on me. Without you guys, the channel goes away. I mean, it's that simple. And that's the truth, innit? I mean, if I was sat here to no one, I mean, I would go back to retail. And that's fine. I loved retail. It was great. But, it's not lost on me the fact that you lot are the channel. And your support means so much so. Nick, honestly, I really do appreciate it. I mean, that is incredible. I mean, when you think there's only 365 days in a year and you manage to watch 748 videos... that says to me that we've done something right. So, but the goal for me is, how can I bring more fun stuff onto the channel? I think I need to try and figure that out. I got some shorts coming. I'm really pleased with the Wrestle Feud stuff. I think that's going to work really well. But what about videos? I need more. I need fun videos. It's just everything takes so long to do. The ideas are fine. Like, why don't you do a botch compilation? Stuff like this. But the problem is you've got copyright issues, which are a problem. And you've also got to compile it and edit it. And it's like, where do you find that time? So these are the challenges. But I'll try and wrap my head around it next year. Steve said, do you think who will be the biggest prospect? Will it be Trick? Will it be Oba? Or will it be Javon? Biggest prospect feels like Oba right now, doesn't it? But Javon at the age of 21 is hard to ignore. I mean, Javon can have a 20-plus year career and genuinely can be remembered as one of the biggest stars from this generation. I mean, he is undoubtedly got potential to be a serious star, you know? And I could see him being a bit Seth Rollins-esque, honestly, in the sense of, I think Seth is a very credible in-ring worker. He's someone that's always around the title picture or is in a big feud. And I could see that for Javon. Javon could be someone that's around the title picture or in a big feud. You know, he's a serious talent. The thing we need out of Javon is at the moment is in that kind of kid mode. You know, the young OG is all about having fun, and that's great. But, I mean, he can't really be still doing that in 10 years' time, you know? The character is going to have to evolve. And it's going to be really interesting to see that evolution and see how the character evolves. So I think as long as he can evolve and as long as he can continue to develop and improve and engage, which is obviously going to be a challenge for creative to keep him engaging, yeah, we should be in a great place with him. So short-term Oba, long-term Javon, wild card Trick Williams would be my answer. And the reason I say Trick's a wild card is because I don't know how he's going to get used. I mean, I think as a heel, he is good. I think as a babyface, he is great. I much prefer him as a babyface, but he works as a heel. I think a lot depends on his presentation. I mean, he's got the entrance music. He's got the look. I mean, he's got everything. He can cut a great promo. The only thing I would say is I find his match quality to be like 3.5, 3.75. I just wish he could really deliver matches that were like 4 stars plus on a consistent basis. That's the one area that I'm like, just wish we could get a little bit more out of that. So yeah, I look at him as being someone that has got real potential, but Oba because of his size, you can't ignore that. Javon because of his longevity, you can't ignore that. Zero Day said, thanks for a good wrestling commentary. Well, thank you, my friends. Zero Day 01, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, just love what we do. Love hanging out with you guys. Love talking wrestling, and it's great that we attract, you know, like-minded people that want to do the same. So, Zero Day, thank you, my friends. Bones said the Righteous in WWE. Did you see they're in TNA now? I've been watching and it's interesting. Well, I think that WWE will use them. But I don't know that we're going to. I don't know that we're going to see them in WWE like on a permanent basis. I could see them coming in and being in the tag division and certainly using them. I mean, we've got that relationship with TNA. So I could definitely see that, but I don't know. I think if WWE wanted them, wouldn't they have just gone and got them? That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, they were available. They were out there. They were making it very public that they were taking dates, and WWE didn't seem interested. WWE brought them into the Performance Center ages ago to give them a trial, and nothing came of that. I know that Bray was interested in them, but I don't know. I just sort of look at it and think, if WWE wanted them, they could have had them on quite a few occasions, and they haven't. So that says to me that the interest is not that strong. So they've gone to TNA. We can definitely use them. Maybe they'll come in and they'll be brilliant, and, you know, something will come of it. I mean, that door's never closed. But I don't know that they're... I don't know. I know fans like their look, but maybe WWE doesn't find their work to be that strong. I don't know. I am as surprised as you that we've not gone for them. I think they bring something different. Perhaps WWE feel like they're a bit too similar to the Wyatt Six, and they're not going to put them in the Wyatt Six. So they would have to be operating outside of the Wyatt Six, and perhaps they're just thinking, we just don't need that. We've already got the Wyatts. Don't know. What do we think of the fight? Do you think Joshua fights Fury? Well, that's up to Fury, isn't it? Fury's going to have to agree to that fight. So, yeah, I mean, do I think that we're going to get that? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it's up to Fury. Joshua wants it. He's calling for it. I think that it's the fight to make. I don't think it's as big as it was a few years ago, but it's definitely the fight to make. And I think we can get it. Everyone seems to be on boards. Great relationship between Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren. So the promoter of Joshua and the promoter of Tyson Fury are very, very close now. Like, got a great working relationship. Lots of money, with Saudi being involved, of course. So, yeah, you know, there's lots of options on the table. But will it come together? We've been waiting years and years and years. So it's going to be one of those where we'll believe it when we see it. But I think it's got as good a chance as ever of being made. Speaking of a recap, you was number one for me. I was in your top 0.4% of viewers. I watched 593 videos. Wow. Thanks for being my breakfast lunch YouTuber. Love the unseens. Mattio, thank you, my friends. I really appreciate that. Yeah, yeah, brilliant. I'm just really pleased we're able to provide something that people are interested in, you know. The fact that next year is going to be 10 years of the channel, and that we have got, you know, we're in like good health. I mean, I've seen a lot of channels come and go, and I've seen a lot of people sort of peak and then fall away. I sort of feel like we've always just chugged along, really. We've never been like the biggest channel. We've never been a channel that's tried to steal any spotlight or anything. We've just quietly gone about our business. We're kind of like, we're like that cricketer that comes out and just gets like the odd run, but just stays there, you know? We're not hitting sixes and taking all the headline. We're just doing, you know, we're knocking it about. That's what we do over here. We're just knocking it around, and we're just staying there. We're basically the cockroach of the wrestling community. That's what we are, right? There's more spectacular animals out there, but we can't be killed. So long may that continue. So if we're able to provide some good content as well, some interesting stuff, then brilliant. Big Time said, Days, they're up in age. I think one is pushing 40. I did hear they were given offers. Oh, the Righteous. Okay. So age-wise, we're looking maybe at that maybe being a factor. Got you. Big Time said, Days, I know WWE creatively has not had a good year, but there's been some memorable moments and segments. I do think it's been incredibly unfortunate that it's not been highlighted, because there is a loss of goodwill because goodwill for Triple H was lost. Yeah, I think that there were some good moments. I think that I disagree with people saying it was like a 2019 bad or a 1995 bad. I mean, in my mind, those years are still, you know, worse than this. But, and there was still some good moments. You know, we got the return of AJ Lee, for example. If you look at the match quality, there's many, many years in WWE where we didn't have like a 5-star match. There's many, many years where WWE really struggled to kind of get matches of that kind of caliber. And this year, I feel like we had a few. You know, Cody against Kevin, Kevin against Sammy, the SmackDown Tag Team TLC, the Io Rhea match at Evolution, the Women's Triple Threat at WrestleMania, the Cena Cody at SummerSlam. I would even say CM Punk Gunther at SummerSlam, although I will also be the first to say that about 5 minutes should have been shaved off of it. Then, of course, the AJ Styles John Cena, which I know is many people's match of the year, I think was fantastic as well. A lot of the open challenge stuff from Sammy, Ilya has been really good. So, you know, there's lots of positives, lots of thumbs up. But yeah, it's unfortunate. I agree that the majority of shows have been the majority of shows have been skippable, missable, have been things that have even underwhelmed and frustrated, and that has dried up a lot of that goodwill. And I think the way that the Cena was kind of like the final straw for a lot of people. A lot of that frustration really came to the forefront, didn't it? And we saw that with what the fans were chanting. If there was a lot more goodwill for Triple H, I'm not sure that would have been as negative, you know? But I feel like a lot of people were struggling with the product anyway. And then, you know, you did to John what you did to John, which is not what a lot of people were looking for. So, the only thing you can say is Triple H was really good in NXT. He gave us a great 2022, 2023, or not much of 2022, but what we got out of it was interesting. 2023, 2024 really delivered. And so this was a bad year. And that's okay. It's okay to have a bad year. But, you know, 2026 being a bad year, like as bad, it's going to start to get uncomfortable then, isn't it? That's where we're going to start to... that's where it's going to start to get uncomfortable. I wonder if he survives the year. I mean, I think it's going to come down to results, isn't it? It's not going to come down to what people are saying online. It's going to come down to ticket sales and TV views. And that's where the pressure's going to come from. So that's going to take a while to erode. It's going to be very interesting. I think we're fine up to WrestleMania. Post-Mania, there's going to be a slump. And then, of course, when football starts back up, which I think is that September time, that's where things could get challenging. So I think Triple H is fine until next September. And I think that's where the pressure's really going to start hitting them. Because if it's been a bad year and then football starts back up and all of a sudden ratings are in the toilet, I think that's where the pressure's really going to be on. Days, I don't think it's talked about enough, but some of the characters on Raw are just not interesting. Either names like the Viking Raiders or the New Day or Dragon Lee or Judgment Day or Rusev. Does big time? Yeah, but you make those characters interesting with the creative, don't you? So for me, you know, character development, investing in those characters, really understanding what motivates them, what angers them, who they like, who they don't like, their relationship with other wrestlers. All of that is what builds character. And all of that is what, you need to invest in. I mean, I would just say, what the hell have we done with the Viking Raiders? What have we done with Rusev? I would say that a lot of those that you've named are people that we have not really invested in. In regards to Judgment Day, they got a lot of TV time, but it's TV time where I feel like we're just spinning our wheels. If you took the Judgment Day story and what it has been over the last 3 years and took it down to 2 years, that would be better, wouldn't it? I feel like so much of it gets dragged out. So much of it is just constantly extended. I mean, like, you look at when they had the tag titles, and I think they defended them like a couple of times in like 80 odd days, and it might even have been longer than that. Like, tighten that up and it would be a better run, wouldn't it? If they defended it twice in 60 days, once every 30 days, that's better than 80 plus days. And same with the Finn Balor Dominik situation. Same with the Finn Balor Damian situation that also got dragged out like way too long. So that one's actually different. That one, they do get TV time, but it's like we're stuck in mud and we're spinning our wheels trying to get out and we just can't get out. And we're just like, do you know what I mean? It's really annoying, really frustrating. Days, Corey Graves, JBL, Conan will be doing commentary. Oh, that's good. That's great, actually, because that means we can enjoy some English commentary. And I was prepared to not have any English. Last time we watched this, there was no English commentary, and it was fine. It worked fine. We still had a lot of fun with it. Still had a good time with it. There's 1.6, 1.7 thousand people waiting to watch this. So, yeah, this always gets interest, this, doesn't it? Always seems to get interest. Bobster said the size of the roster has got an impact on creative. NXT had a smaller roster, so you can give more time and focus to stories. On the main, there's just so many folks. Things might get watered down, said Bobster. Matteo said in 30 minutes, we've got the AAA show. We've got 7 matches with people like Rey Mysterio, Dragon Lee, Lola Vice, Javon Evans. I am pumped. Gregory said the booking has just become so lazy. Edward said Corey Graves. Oh, we read that one. Miss Clown said I just wanted so much more for Rusev. William said I hope your boobs are happy today, Trini. If they get to be too cumbersome, then I can support you removing them. Your health means more to me than that, and I just want you to know your ass is more than enough. That is so beautiful. That really is beautiful. I love it when like one community member sends a lovely message to another community member, and one that's so supportive as well. It doesn't matter if you lose your boobs for some reason, your ass is more than enough. William, thank you. For me, that kind of comment is really what Christmas is all about. In many ways, that is what Christmas is all about, isn't it? So, lovely. What a gift William has given us all there. Thank you. Gregory said, WWE is boring me right now. Judgment Day is literally keeping Raw afloat. Matteo said, 25 minutes. We're streaming on the YouTube channel. Trini has responded. She says, thank you for your selfless concern, William. My boobs are fine. No need to remove them or my ass. He wasn't looking to remove your ass. What he said, Trini, was that your ass is enough. So he wasn't looking to remove it. I don't even know how that would work. But Trini says there's no need to remove them or my ass, thankfully. So there we go. Trini, thank you. That's breaking news. That's actually breaking news coming in from Trini there. Thank you. Armando said, does WWE have to ask permission when they use a clip on the show reaction? No. If ever they show those, I never know. I find out when you find out, genuinely. Swear on my family's life. I find out when you find out. Back in the day, going back, say, pre-pandemic, there was a couple of times they used some of my reaction clips on the show. There was one that appeared on SmackDown that I remember being before the pandemic in 2020. And that was, I remember getting an email about that we'd like to use. But I think it's become so widespread now. It's become such a big thing now that it's just everywhere that WWE don't do that anymore. I don't know when that changed, but it did. It doesn't bother me. I mean, obviously, if I had an issue with it, you'd just send him an email, say, please don't use my stuff anymore. But no one's going to say that, are they? So, no, I mean, I'm not bothered by it, honestly. If they never used a reaction clip from the channel ever again, I'd be absolutely fine with it. I put those reaction clips out so that people know that we're here. And people hopefully watch them and the little clips of, what we say. I mean, I don't know if you've noticed, right? But when I put a reaction clip out, I don't just sit there silently, right? I don't sit there silently, just let the moment play out, right? There's a reason for that. The reason for that is because I'm not posting it to get views. I'm not trying to sneakily get the clip out there and I'm just there as well, if I put a clip out, I'm trying to talk over the top to share some thoughts to kind of contribute to the moment and, whatever. And the reason for that is because I'm sort of hoping that if people watch that clip, hear what I'm saying, they're interested by what I'm saying and they'll come and join us. It's an advert for this stream. It's a way of going, hey, if you want to talk about wrestling, if you really want to get in the weeds, if you really do want to get into the detail, then we do try to do that over here. I mean, we get stuck into like the character development. We get stuck into the different segments, the structure of them. We get stuck into, talk about wrestlers' ages and when, you might not want to invest in someone because where's that cut-off point? We talk about Unreal and how I was excited for that to get a real glimpse behind the scenes. A lot of people weren't. They thought it was too far, that we were pulling the curtain back. But I was interested in seeing what was behind the curtain, right? So for me, it was something which I was interested in. It was something which I'm looking forward to again. And I think that, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what other people are doing. I don't know what conversations are being had. It might be that everyone goes as far as we go, but I only focus on what we do. And that's the reason why I kind of try and talk over the top, try and contribute something, because I try to have it as an advert for this. So if they look at it and go, oh, that's good, we want to use that. No, they don't get in touch. They just take it, use it. And I find out when you find out. I'm grateful for it. It's not like I hate them doing it or anything. I'm grateful for it. It's not, I never know about it. No. And I have no arrangement with them. I don't have, it's not like I send it to them directly or anything, they, I think, just see it on TikTok or Facebook just like everyone else. And if they like it and they want a reaction compilation, then they just take them from there. Days, I've been keeping up with Maxine on socials, said Big Time. Okay. It appears that she is frequently doing the live events at the weekend, tonight being one of them, says Big Time. Yeah, if you go on Cage Match, you can see the matches that she's having. If you want to discuss Cody, then ask a question or make a point about Cody. Don't spam talk about Cody. Well, what do people want to talk about with Cody? We can talk Cody. Days, don't talk about Cody, says King Yeti, okay? Talk about Cody. Don't talk about Cody. I want to watch the matches for the thumbnail. Well, we're not. The show doesn't start for another 17 minutes. L cage match, said Bishop. Are you not a fan of cage match? I like cage match. The only thing I'll say about cage match, no point looking at the scores for cage match for a normal show, because you are dealing with like 20 people. Most shows just get like 20 odd votes. So you're not dealing with anything that big. You're not dealing with any anything of real substance. But in regards to the PLEs, you tend to get a good couple of hundred votes coming in. So it's much better to kind of have a look, and just as a guide. But it's a brilliant tool to have a look and see what people have done in their career. It's great. It's a great resource in that regard. But yeah, I think the reason people get frustrated with it is because it gets quoted a lot for match scores and show scores, and the feedback is normally really, really low. Hawk said, I'm ready for Cody to morph into Homelander. Rob M said, I teased one of my great nieces today about Cody. She's a big fan. I asked her how she felt about him being heel and that he should be in jail. Akeem, hello. Duran said there's 1.9 waiting now. Having a nice pre-Christmas weekend, says Akeem. Hoping Drew beats Cody and he crashes out and goes full Homelander, said Hawks fan. Big Time said, Days, if you's a WWE wrestler that's up there in age with a decorated career, at what point is it time to let go or fall back into something else? Well, I think your body will tell you that. I think your body tells you that. So I think if you are someone that has spent your career in WWE, say Randy Orton, and you have, WWE have invested years into you, TV time and exposure, title reigns. They're going to want to milk as much out of you as they can. It is a balance. And, there is going to be a point where, maybe you can't deliver like you used to, but you're still a star. So they'll probably want you on like a more part-time basis rather than a full-time basis. But they'll still want you. I mean, they still wanted Edge, but it was just they didn't want to give him a full-time contract. They were like, we haven't got a full-time deal for you. You can have part-time. And he didn't want that. He wanted full-time, so he went to AEW. So, you know, it was one of those where it was really unfortunate because, you know, we didn't want him leaving. He was like a WWE lifer. And I thought it was a real... I think it hurt a lot of fans to see him leave. But he wanted some that WWE couldn't offer. I think Randy's kind of gone into a bit of a part-time situation. Again, I'd have to look at Cage Match, see how many matches he's had this year. But he's had quite a bit of time off, Randy, this year. And I think, you know, his body is not where it was. And I wouldn't be shocked to find out that he's kind of moved into a bit more of a part-time status at this point. But a lot of it is going to come down to your body, isn't it? And what you can contribute. I think WWE will naturally look to use you more part-time when you get to that sort of mid-40s range. There's no exact science, though. I mean, it's all a case-by-case basis, isn't it? I mean, you could get to your mid-40s and be red hot, and WWE might want to keep going with you. And there's no kind of written rule. But, you know, it's going to come down to your body. It's going to come down to the other options that are available. I mean, with Oba coming through, Javon coming through, Jacob coming through, Bron Breakker coming through, Gunther needing to be utilized following the Cena thing. Like, there's going to be a lot of people that need investing in, you know? It's going to be a lot of people that need investing in. It's going to be a lot of people that are going to need time. And so you can't just keep going with the same names again and again and again and again. So it's a balance. There's no exact science. Wrestling Warrior, shout out to you, my friend. 13 minutes. 13 minutes. Then the show begins. I wonder how quick the matches will be. I wonder if this will still be like a 2.5 hour show. Don't know. Big Time said, current day wrestling, the wrestlers do have longevity. When you get so many 45 to 50... plaguing both companies. Ideally, you want younger fans to gravitate with youth talents. I don't know. Star power is star power. I mean, I don't think even kids would be too down on CM Punk. I don't think kids are down on Randy Orton. I don't think kids think about age. So I don't think that is a massive factor, to be honest with you. I don't think kids think about age in that way. So I don't know. I think it's a conversation that smart fans are having that's one that I don't find myself really agreeing with. I think that it's right to bring fresh blood into the main event scene, but I would point to Cody as having only been in that main event scene since coming back at WrestleMania 38, and even then he wasn't in the main event scene. I mean, you can say that he kind of got into it at 39 and then, you know, didn't win the title, got it at 40 and has now been around it. So, you know, take Cody's age out of it. You've got to say that he's someone new that's come into that main event scene. It feels like Gunther has only been around that main event scene for a couple of years. CM Punk came back at 2023. And he has obviously been around that sort of main event scene, but he's only come back in 2023 after like nearly 10 years away. So I sort of take the ages out and look at how long people have been up there. It's a hard argument to say we need fresh new people in there when I think you can make an argument that there's a good chunk of people that are new to that level, you know? So, I think it's one of those where I don't know quite why age has become such a factor for people. I think it's because some are worried that we're going to lose a lot of these talents in quick succession, and then what have we got? But WWE are trying to build up Braun, and they are building Gunther. And, you know, Cody, I think, has got a good few more years left in him. Jacob is coming through. Oba is, I don't know, maybe Oba takes a couple of years, but we can get Oba to that main event level. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Don't know how long Roman's sticking around for, but certainly not expecting him to retire next year. So I don't really understand the problem. Don't really get the argument. I sort of feel like that's the reason that this year has been underwhelming is not that. You know, you've got to remember that in 2023, 2024, people were loving WWE and it was breaking records. I mean, no one was having this conversation then. It feels a little bit to me like the year has gone wrong and people are trying to figure out why. And I'm just going to be honest, I think people blaming age of the main eventers are wrong. I don't think that's the problem. I think the problem is creative. I think if those people were involved in better creative, if they had more interesting stories to tell, and this year had been better as a result, I don't think that would have been. I don't think that would have been mentioned. The age of the people. I think if you look at how long they've been in the main event scene, they've not been there that long. If you look at what's coming through, we've got some decent talent coming through. Look how great Oba was at Saturday night's main event. So many people excited for him at Saturday night's main event. And Javon coming in. And I mean, we could sit here and list like 10 names of people that have never been world champion that we think are going to be world champion within the next, say, 5 years. I reckon we could find 10 names. And I don't have that concern, honestly. I don't think that's the problem, and I don't have that concern. The women's division is putting on better wrestling, and it's put a spotlight on the men who are starting the conversation of having boomers that they are just gassed out and tired. Disagree. I disagree. I mean, the triple threat match at WrestleMania was great. CM Punk versus Gunther was great. I don't think CM Punk Drew last year was one of the matches of the year. I don't think anyone's looking at CM Punk saying that he's gassed out. No one's saying that about Roman. No one's saying that about Cody. Brock's come back, and I mean, Brock's just doing what Brock does. He's going to retire next year anyway, but I don't think anyone's worried about like him. I'm trying to think who else is around that kind of main event scene. No one was saying that about Seth. I disagree. I don't think that is what people are saying. It's gone too corporate, said Hawks fan. They're money hungry over product value. How long we got? 7 minutes. The problem is they're doing stories over and over. It's just all the same, said 512 Jesse James. I do agree with big time that the women are putting on like better match quality, but I don't think that's down to age. I just think that the women are just having a really great time right now, and that's fine. I mean, that's great. That's to be applauded. I mean, Io Sky might just be the best in-ring performer we've got in all of WWE. Rhea Ripley can more than hold her end of the bargain. So anytime you're going to have Io and Rhea in a match, it's going to deliver. And they are responsible for 3 of the top women's matches this year. I think Lyra has been good. Becky always delivers. Yeah, it's good. I mean, they're doing good stuff. I don't see that as being something we should be like necessarily down on. I see that as something we should applaud and go, well, I'm pleased they're doing some good stuff. Just like the SmackDown tag division has been doing some good stuff. That's not a problem. That's great news that they had such a good run this year. And hopefully, you know, we're doing something now with the women's tag division, clearly, where we're setting the table for them to have a good run soon. I mean, it feels like it's building, and there's going to be hopefully like a TLC or something, which I think is going to be very well received. So yeah, there's lots to kind of get excited by and get your teeth into. Just got to hope that the stories are there next year. TKO has a negative impact on the product quality and the price hikes. The creative has suffered. The prices remain high, and everything can and will be used as ad space. It's very sad. Matteo said, Dave's random question. If you was a wrestler, who would be your dream opponent? Don't know, to be honest, but because if I was a wrestler, I mean, I don't know how good I would be. If I was to do it now, I'd be atrocious. So, I mean, I would not want to embarrass myself. I would lose. and I would lose badly, and I would want that because know your role. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and complain about people coming in from outside the wrestling world trying to get the spotlight, trying to make themselves look good, when I think they should be giving to wrestling, right, rather than taking. And that is my criticism with celebrities. I think they come into this world to try and take rather than to give. I do give Speed credit. I think Speed did a fantastic job at the Rumble, where he got in there and got murked, and he provided Bron Breakker with one of Bron Breakker's best moments, was when he speared Speed, and then Speed, is all dazed and gets eliminated. And I can't praise that enough. I cannot praise that enough. That is one of my absolute favourite celebrity involvements of all time, is Speed in the Rumble. I think I've got nothing but respect for him. My respect for Speed goes up. And that, to me, is brilliant. That, to me, is exactly how you use a celebrity. Don't step in the ring thinking you're equal. You are not. Look at what just happened with Jake and Anthony Joshua. Jake got in there, acting like he was going to do something with Joshua, ran around and got his jaw broken. And I don't understand why wrestling does not take that same approach, where we bring celebrities in that don't know what they're doing, but instead of exposing that, we actually try to cover it up and we try to make them look equal. And I've never understood it. I've always criticised it. I've always hated it. I still hate it. I just don't get it. I just really don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand why in that street fight between Damian Priest and Bad Bunny was not skinned and boiled alive, right? He should have been rabbit stew. But instead is being made to look competitive. Why was Bad Bunny hitting destroyers on The Miz? And more importantly, why were people applauding it? Like, this was great. I don't understand. It's a side of wrestling that I really struggle with, because this is where people go, it's just entertainment. And that's the bit I struggle with, because it's like, yes, I know it's entertainment, but I'm not being entertained. You're making wrestling and wrestlers look bad. You're diminishing them. The skills that they've spent years learning just look irrelevant, because apparently anyone can get in there and do it. So, if I was to get in there, I'd want to get murked. I'd want to be made to look foolish. It honestly is my honest answer, because I should look foolish, because I'm not of their level. Don't try and paper over the cracks. So, who would be my dream opponent? I would want someone that would, make me look good in some way, in the sense of hit me and I'll sell. Yeah. Chuck me around. Put me in there with Oba. And have Oba just chuck me around the ring and I'll sell my heart out for him. And he can just murk me. And there we go. So I don't really have one, to be honest. I don't really have a dream opponent. I sort of know my role. And I'm not a wrestler. If I was a wrestler, I don't know, because I don't know what I'd be like. I don't know what my style would be. Probably running away. The Jake Paul style. the Jake Paul, as it's now known. Right, we should be underway with this very soon. The coverage is beginning. England have survived the morning session. They have survived. Right. Well, I say they've survived. They're just about surviving. Days, are you optimistic that a 3-hour SmackDown is going to help with character development? Well, I'm optimistic that it gives them an opportunity to do that. I can't sit here and say that they're going to take that opportunity. That is the concern, isn't it? We do want better character development. We do want them to invest in characters. We do want them to give us better storylines. We do want, the presentation of the champions to feel better. But are they going to take these opportunities, or is it going to be more of what we had in 2025, which is where it feels like we're just not doing a lot of those things? Someone in the chat, Batman126 says release Triple H. Ah, here we go. Here we go, kings and queens. We are live. Okay, we've got an intro. Just over 12,000 are watching online right now. Just over 12,000. Tonight isn't an ending. So they're just showing what went down. That was a big moment, wasn't it? Us buying or acquiring Triple H. That was a big, big moment. It certainly resulted in us doing a lot of streams I was not anticipating at the start of the year. I wonder if we'll get something like that next year, where we end up doing something that we weren't expecting. 2026 begins here. And from this moment forward, Lucha Libre is no longer a sideshow. It is main event. Let's go. Okay, it's all in Spanish, and we're just looking back. Lucha Libre forever. Lucha Libre forever. Brought to you by V-Chain. Okay, we go over to the arena. Nearly 20,000 watching live on WWE's YouTube channel. It's clicked over to 20,000. Oh, that's good. I like to know where we are. There's Corey Graves. Tonight, the war awaits Dragon Lee, Vikingo. We're just seeing Dragon Lee arrive. Loud boos for Vikingo. They really don't like him. Loud boos for Vikingo. He's such a great talent, though. There we are with Dirty Dom and El Grande. There's a lot of white cars in the parking lot, said Akeem. I wonder what that means. Do we have the match order? No, I don't think I haven't seen anything. Okay, there's Ray arriving. He's really good, isn't he, Corey? War of the Titans. They always start with this, don't they? These banners and the urn. It's just a different culture, innit? There's nothing against them, but we've seen Ray Phoenix, Dragon Lee. They've got a great look. Oh. They've got a great look, but not an ounce of charisma. Has anyone come close to Mysterio levels? I think it's hard, isn't it? I mean, Rey Mysterio was young, exciting. I suppose like Javon now. Young and exciting. I feel like Dragon Lee had that when he was in New Japan. I heard a lot about him. I've not felt that way about him. Since he kind of came to WWE. But there was a real hype around him when he was in New Japan. Okay, JBL. This will be actually this will be a pretty sick commentary team. JBL, who could get up and murk a few people. I mean, we can't rule that out. JBL getting up and getting in the ring. Yeah, Conan there as well. Conan can provide some insight, but I mean, it's best that he doesn't be given the responsibility to carry the commentary. Los Americanos. This match is going to have Mr. Iguana. It's probably a good match for Mr. Iguana. This is just going to be a fun... Do you know what? It's going to be better if I just put Fatal 4-way in it. I don't know that I'll fit all the names on the screen otherwise. Fatal 4-way tag match. Here come Los Americanos. Rayo and Bravo. So they're making their way down. It's basically Pete Dunne and Tyler Bate, of course. Taking on Mr. Iguana and Niño Hamburguesa. No idea. La Parka and Octagon Jr. and the LWO. So these are going to be the 4 teams, and it's going to be just a big mess, I would imagine. A lot of fun. It's crazy to think that one of those guys is from Birmingham and the other one is from Dudley. I mean, they don't look like where I'm from, to be honest, these two, but respect. There we go. I love the fact that Pete Dunne, if you look at his ring names, he's just constant. Maybe that should be his gimmick. Perhaps he just needs to be the wrestler that has the most different wrestler names. We've got Pete Dunne, we've got Butch, we've got Bravo, and we just need to keep adding to them. Shorty P next. That's what we should call him, Shorty P. Octagon making his way down. Nino Hamburguesa means Burger Kids, said Millennial. I don't think I've seen Burger Kids. I've seen Cheeseburger. But it's not ringing any bells. How do you know they're not actually Mexican, said Dot Sluch. That's a great point, actually. That's my bad. That's me just assuming. Okay, Octagon Jr. making his way down. King Yeti said, does anyone come close to Rey Mysterio? If I may use my proficient skill of Spanish language to answer, no. Here's La Parka making his way down. Got a little bit of a Christmas vibe. Bit of Christmas cheer. Bit of Halloween sprinkled in there as well. He's a kid's favourite, says Conan. La Parka! Let's go. Okay, here's the Burger Man. He doesn't look like a burger. He's coming out with that. God, that's such a good gimmick, innit? Imagine that. He doesn't look like a burger. And someone's probably gone up to him and gone, what's your gimmick? And he's gone, I'm Burger Man. And you're like, okay, well, what does that mean? I come out with a burger. Okay, what do you do? Well, I eat the burger. Okay. Is your ring gear going to be anything related to a burger? Is it going to be like burger colours? Well, no. I'm just going to wear purple and fluorescent green. Okay. And I might put a 9-6 on the front. Oh, okay. What's that got to do with burgers? It's the year I was born. Okay, cool. Well, there we go. Greatest gimmick I've ever seen. Burger Man. Burger Man's here. I mean, it might make more sense if he sells burgers and he's got a burger van. And actually he did his promos from inside a burger van as he's like cooking the burgers. Maybe then I would be like, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense now. But when you see Mr. Iguana crawling his way down, right? And you go, okay, yeah, this guy's an iguana, I get it. You sort of look at Burger Man and you go, you've made no effort whatsoever. You've made zero. You've actually made negative effort. Imagine that. What's your gimmick? Oh, I eat burgers. Oh, well, I suppose every time you come out, you better have a burger. Yeah. Yeah, I better. You're right. You're right. I'm sexy blonde female man. Oh, well, every time you come out, you better have a sexy blonde female on your arm. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's definitely what should happen. Are you going to do anything else? Are you going to wear any ring gear? No. I'm just going to wear purple, bit of fluorescent green. I'm going to put 04 on the front because I'm 21. And that's me done. But you better make sure there's a sexy blonde female with me every time I come out. Okay, Bella sounded. Lepaka is starting us off with Rayo. Parker going over to the corner. Rayo charging in. Flipping over Lepaka. Yeah, dancing away. Rayo coming over. Kick there by Lepaka as Rayo goes to the ropes. Shot coming in there by Lepaka. Rayo over the other side against the ropes. He's on the ropes at the moment and coming back over. Chop coming in there by Rayo. Bravo is in as well. Got Lepaka over against the ropes. Did he just say they trained in the British style of wrestling? Yeah, you're right, they did. Legends in the UK are Los Americanos. They did. Billy Robinson getting a mention. Amazing. Backslap tag. Shot coming in. Is there any more amazing tag team than Hamburger Man and Mr. Iguana? Wow, they just go so well together, don't they? I don't know about you. When I think hamburgers, I think iguanas. Conan. That's interesting from Conan. Conan was like, it's a bit of a shame because the LWO, it used to have Zelina Vega and Carlito. He was kind of being a bit down on where the LWO are right now. Corey was like, well, I get your point, but actually, I think they're doing a lot better now, actually. Don't you dare question Triple H. Don't you dare. Oh, okay, he goes back. Here comes Burger Man. Burger Man. Burger Man. Burger Man picks him up. Oh, down he goes. Big clothesline. Oh, he's tagged back out again. Good work. Here's Iguana. Great work there by Burger Man. Mr. Iguana's in. He's in there with Lepaka. He's so skilled. Look at that. Helicopter going round. Blubbing hell. Wow. Look at Mr. Iguana. He's been spun around doing this. Jeez. He's spun around so much. I thought they were both going to take off. Iguana. That is where Mr. Iguana is so skilled. It's easy to look at the gimmick and just think that you know, there's no substance. There really is. And as I said, this is going to be like so fast paced. This is probably like the best way to use Mr. Iguana. Whenever it's a singles match or like a mixed doubles match, it gives him a bit more time to mess around. I'm not sure he's going to have as much time here. I don't mind him walloping people with the Iguana toy as well. They're all going over against the ropes. They're all crisscrossing. Suicide dives everywhere. You get a suicide dive. You get a suicide dive. You get a suicide. We've gone full on Oprah. Yeah, fun. It's a fun open. Emery said, see, this is better than SmackDown. Oh, I don't know, bud. Really, do you think? You think this is better than Julia against Alba Fire? Are you sure? Top rope Insguri coming in. Days, it's stupid lizard, dude. Ask Miss Clown, said Akeem. Restaurant said there's over 60,000 watching AAA right now. Oh, big splash there by Bravo! Oh. Close. Closer than close. Drop kick. To the outside goes Los Americanos. LWO are all fired up right now. They're looking to go against the ropes. Oh, Mr. Iguana stops them with the Iguana. Green means go. Okay, I don't know what's happening. Oh, they're going to do the launcher. Okay, yeah, this is cool. This is a great spot. Here we go, the launcher. Whoa! Slingshots to the outsides. Steve said if Burgerman and Mr. Iguana ever have a falling out, Burgerman can come out with a Lieska burger and try to share it with the kids. What a heel he would be. Imagine him upside down, like dead in the burger. That's a clever idea, that is, Steve. Hey? Getting creative, buds. Get in there. Ain't no one at WWE thinking of something like that. Basement drop kick. It is all go, go, go. Action, action, action. Oh, okay, there. This is a spot I'm not crazy about, this rolling around the ring. I've seen Liv do that with, I think, Alexa Bliss. They just rolled around the ring loads of times. But this is Days being fake. His fake reactions are always the most enthusiastic, but we know the Brits don't get excited for anything. That is true, actually. That is true. That is true. If ever I get excited for anything, it's definitely fake. Because I am British. And we are constantly moody. And depressed. And tired. Whoa! There's a lot of dancing. Why not have fun, says JBA. It's Burger Man! Burger Man! Burger! And he's got a burger! He puts the burger in his face! He's had a burger shoved in his mouth! Jesus Christ! The humanity! A hamburger into an iguana rana. Wow. You never know what you're going to see in AAA. The guy from Birmingham and the guy from Dudley are doing well. It is non-stop action. Against the ropes, Burger Man. Oh, picking up speed. Bang, look at that. Over in the corner. Charging in. Bah! You should call that the griddle. He's charging in and cannonball! This is his finishing move. It's called the Smash Burger. He's going up. No joy. That looked like a real cheap burger. If you were sticking a burger in my mouth, it better be a good one, said Millennial. Oh, honestly, Millennial, if I was going to stick one in your mouth, it would be a Whopper. Whoa, airplane spin by Bravo. Burger down. Burger down. Oh, wonderful work. Going over. Kick coming in. Whoa, brilliant work. To the outside, top rope Inzaguri. There's Lapaka. They're climbing up. Hurricanrana. I don't even know what we're going for here. Superplex. Double Spanish fly. Boom! Everyone getting a Spanish fly. Millennial said, big, strong boy. It is really fun action, this. Oh, look, he's even dancing away as he picks him up, drives him down, goes for the pin. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Very good, very fun, very entertaining. This is why people love AAA. It puts a smile on the face. Lapaka picking up the victory along with Octagon Jr. Lapaka has stolen Penta. Penta's in the ring. Whoa, look, there's Penta. Yes. A lot of people said he was injured, but there he is. He's in the ring dancing with Lapaka. Yeah. Mate, he was moving pretty well there, Penta. I think he might be in the main event tonight. Lucha Bros. Lucha Bros. Penta's really slimmed down. He's got 0 fat, says Millennial. Alvarez? Canelo Alvarez? What? Didn't he lose to Crawford's? Wow, we've got a loser in the front row. That's pretty cool, though, isn't it? That's random. Dotsuchlala said he did lose. Canelo. That's one of, for those of you that don't know, that's one of Mexico's great boxers. I suppose the comparison for America would be if we did a wrestling match and there was someone that was masked and we took the mask off and it was Jake Paul. That would be the equivalent for, like, America. So, yeah, big moment there for the Mexican fans to cheer, and lovely surprise. Just seeing some of the recap of some of the best moments. AR1 said some random loser in the front row. Indeed. Bravo Americano is a big, strong boy, said Robbie. Okay, right. That was match number 1. Get your scores in. Days, what would be your food-related item in wrestling? I think I'd be Mr. Sunday Lunch. I'd come down with like a lovely roast, Yorkshire puddings, mashed potato, carrots, peas, you know, full lovely Sunday. Like, I'd be Mr. Christmas dinner. Okay, so we're seeing Ethan Page right now. Okay, get your votes in for that first one. AR1 said Bud Crawford would be the equivalent. No, you're wrong. You're wrong because he's retired. He's not an active fighter. Canelo is still an active fighter. So the American equivalent is Jake Paul. Okay, here's Ethan. Ego. Gonna kill him and I'll kill him with a smile. Ego. Okay, Ethan Page making his way to the ring and is on his own. There's no sign of Chelsea Green. Gonna kill him and I'll kill him with a smile. Ethan Page versus Wagner Jr. Ego. Okay, Ethan Page making his way down to the ring. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, Ethan in the ring. People ask him, where's Chelsea? Ethan is on the run of a lifetime. Here comes Wagner Jr. Look at that ring here. It looks great. Oh, and it's great music as well, isn't it? That's the music you want. Yes. Da, 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 da. We just need a mariachi band on stage. We need big moustaches and sombreros and ponchos and... We need dancing bottles of tequila behind him. Yes. This is very satisfying in its presentation. So stereotypical. But like a British wrestler coming down dressed like the Queen. Should be a good match, this. Armando said the referee is a famous heel referee. Dun, 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 dun. People are saying the English commentary is terrible. I think they've been doing well. I've enjoyed them. Okay, let's end the poll. Yeah, you lot enjoyed that. You said it was great. 72. First match down. Okay, this is a championship match, isn't it? It's for the AAA Latin American Championship. Is Ethan Page going to become a 3-time champ? Let's have a look. Let's do a poll. Who wins? Is it going to be Ethan or is it going to be Wagner Jr.? Okay, it's a proper championship introduction. Both guys getting big intros. It's a nice belt, that, actually. I like how big the front plate is. It's a bit big gold, isn't it? I am not replacing it, James. The thought and image needs to die. Dotsuchala said, I'm not too crazy about Ethan Wagner feud. It's been going on and it needs spicing up a bit. Well, it might end tonight. This might be it as they both come forward, throwing in big shots. Here we go. Look at that. Straight out the gate. We wanted some spice and we've got it. Ah, shot coming into the back there. Against the ropes. Okay, nice. Duck underneath. Bah, kick coming in. Bang. Ethan goes back to the corner. Oh, big forearm shot coming in. Ethan goes down. Drop kick right into the back of the heads. 1, 2. Oh, pretty quick count. Pretty quick count. Straight out of the gate. Double axe handle coming in there. By Wagner. Going over to the corner. Top rope. Wagner gets caught. Ah, power slam down. That's great. Lovely work there by Ethan. Grabbing his arm, though. So Wagner Jr. is down at the moment. Ethan standing over him. These two have gone like 100 miles an hour in the early stages. I think it's probably because this match is not going to get loads of time. Oh, he's pulling on the mask. Referee has come over and he's going, no, no, no. Is the referee wearing braces? Over in New Japan, we've got red shoes. Over here in AAA, we got red braces. That is sick, mate. I can't tell if it's just printed on the t-shirt or if they are actually braces to hold his trousers up. Why doesn't he wear a belt? I think they are actually braces, aren't they? Wagner charging over. Headbutt. Clothesline. He's all fired up. We've got adverts on screen for salsa. Oh, my God. This is so Mexican. Advert sponsorships in the ring for, like, red hot salsa. Oh, Jesus. It's the best. That'd be like if we did an English show and we were sponsored by the rain. Right now, both guys are down. For Americans, braces are suspenders. Suspenders? Yeah, but that's like a sexy thing, isn't it? It's not wearing them. That holds up the stockings, doesn't it? That's what the suspenders do. I mean, I can't see why he might be wearing them. I'm not sure. To each their own, you know? Stockings and suspend. I don't know. Shot coming in, back and forth. Is that the same ref from the Soulless 6-man tag at the Royal Rumble in 97? I don't recall. Ah! Big clothesline coming in there by Wagner. He's got Ethan on the shoulders. I'm not the biggest Ethan Page fan, but I think it's fair to say he's having a good title run. He's good on the mic, good in the ring. Shoulder up. And he's elevated. In-ring work has been elevated since coming in. Wrestle Rants, thank you. Word Live Cena fan said, Days, how would you react if the Hello Ladies came back to WWE? It's not going to happen, is it? I mean, he's been very outspoken online. So, and I think he's got a lot of really controversial takes, hasn't he, Val Venus online? 1, 2, shoulder up. This is already better than this week's Raw and Smack. Is it, though? Is it? A lot of people are saying that, but is it really better than Julia against Alba Fire? Is it? War of the Titans. James Days and my lovely English friends, please forgive me for asking, but why do all British politicians have such awful teeth? I actually don't know. 1, 2, we're kind of known for having bad teeth, aren't we? I mean, the mask is coming off, you know. I mean, we do have dentists, and we do go to the dentist. But, I don't know, I wonder if there's something in the genetics or something. I'm not sure. I think part of it is that life has been hard in this country. A lot of people have had to work and, you know, not have dental care or whatever. And maybe that's just, I don't know. Okay, I want to know, is that mask coming off or has he managed to sort it? Right now, Ethan came in with a belt. Oh, jab to the midsection. What? Was that a spanner? A wrench? 1, 2. Oh, he's done it. New champ. It is Ethan Triple Champione. What's that? Can you hear like a droney noise? What's this? Mr. Iguana's come down. What's this? No, referee's decision is final. Mr. Iguana, what are you doing? Yeah, grab his penis. Oh, he's put his hand down his trunks. The referee just put his hand down his trunks. What? It's going to continue. What? What? What the hell is going on? 1, 2, 3. What? Oh my God. Who's bucking this mess? Triple H. Where's Triple H? Mr. Iguana. What? Mr. Iguana came down and basically got the referee to put his hand down the trunks of Ethan Page. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's sexual assault. What if he did that and didn't find anything apart from Ethan's jug? What happens then? What happens then? That's the question I want answering. You put your hand in his trunks and you don't find that wrench. You just find little ego. All ego. Yeah? What are you doing then, Mr. Stockings and Suspenders? But he found a wrench. But there's still no proof that he used the wrench. Is there? What if that's just where he keeps his wrench? Yeah? What if that's his toolbox? What? Awful. That is crazy. This is the problem, though, because we are asking for WWE to be more creative. Don't play it so safe. The problem you've got is if someone will have ideas like this, and if we want more creative ideas, you might end up with stuff like this. So it's like, we want creative, but we want it to be good creative. Oh, maybe we should just be thankful for what we get, actually. Perhaps 2025 was brilliant. The referee basically put his hands on his junk. Did you see? He got his hand in there. It was like... At one point, I saw the referee 6'7". With Ego's balls. And then he found a wrench. Oh, God, I'd love it if he never found it. What if Mr. Iguana came down and went, no, not the front, the back, the back. Oh my God. It might be the greatest match I've ever seen, actually, on reflection. I flipping love it. And after being sexually assaulted, it didn't take long for Ethan to lose the match after that, you know. It's weird, that, isn't it? After being sexually assaulted, it wasn't long after that he lost the match. Hawks fan said, that's not even PG. It's not even PG. Okay, Dragon Lee, Vikingo coming up. Dragon Lee and Vikingo. Is that next? I don't believe that's our main event. Matt Pete said the crowd really hates Vikingo. Is it the 6? I think it's the 6. Let's go. Let's go. September, yeah, that was when we first saw the 6. It's time to grab that. Here we go, guys. The Wyatts. Match number 3. This is going to be fun, actually. The season has changed. The hourglass has emptied. Let's go. So we just got a video package on where we've been. Is this for the AAA titles? It is not. It is a carnival. It's a Carnival of Carnage match, apparently. Carnival of Carnage. And I know what you're going to say. What's a Carnival of Carnage match? And I would just like to say... yes. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that's answered that. Carnival of Carnage. What if it's a Carnival de Carne match with just a lot of meats? Oh, there's going to be a lot of meats. That we can guarantee that. In fact, Hamburger Man should be in this. That's how much meat I'm expecting. Here we go. It's entrance time. Fireflies are out. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Here they come. Bum, 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 bum. Making their way down to the ring. Looks great. Is Nikki there? Bo looks fantastic tonight. I don't think there is a Nikki. Oh, there's no Nikki? She might show up later, might she? They look good, don't they? They look really good. The quality of the masks and everything does look so much above kind of... I'm just going to say it here. I think they look better than Burgerman. I really do. Right, here comes Psycho Circus. These guys look good as well, though. They've got good masks. It is going to be a car wreck. It's a pretty big arena, this, isn't it? She'll probably pop out at some point later, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Here come Psycho Circus. Where are they? Are they going to attack them from behind because they've got everyone looking in that direction? Oh, no. Rowan's looking around. Oh, they've got a message. I think they're saying, we've gone to the wrong building. We thought we were doing this in Mexico City. Sorry. We'll have to catch you next time. I don't know. I don't speak Spanish. Oh, okay. Well, Bella's sounded, even though we don't have one of the teams. The Wyatts heading to the back. Rowan, Gacy, Lumis. This is weird, isn't it? Starting it in the back. Okay, we're going into the backstage area. How do they know where to go? What the hell is this? There's like a pit with balloons? What the hell's this? Blimey now, look at that. Look at that. This is one of the craziest things I have ever seen. Look at all this. They've got like stalls and balloons all set up backstage. This is crazy. Mate, what the hell? What the hell? There's a bouncy castle. Yeah, go on, get in there. Woo! Craziest match of the year awards. Oh my God! What the flip are we watching? And I love how the other members are on the outside. Get him, Gacy! Get him! Go on, Gacy's gone missing. Here we go! Yeah! There's balloons! Stalls! A bouncy castle! Oh my God. Yeah! Is that a light tube? Oh, no, it's a kendo! To the midsection! Let's go! Uncle Howdy's getting murked! Lovely. Rolling through. Gacy's back out. He's getting murked right now. This is chaos. Big boot by Gacy. Look at this. This is like the craziest thing I have ever seen. What's happening there? Bar super kick. Lay her out as well. Give her one. Go on. Go on, Lumis. Bang. Shot coming in. All you can hear is balloons popping. What's behind this? The Joker? That's what was behind there, and he's dancing away. What's the game? What do you even have to do? Okay, well, he went for a ride. Mate, this is mental. This is mental. What do you even say about this? They just pulled the curtain down. There was a guy dressed as a clown, and he was like... Well, true. This is match of the year. Yeah, this is match of the year. This is the greatest match we've ever seen. There's been a lot of chatter about, like, John Cena versus AJ Styles! Powerbomb! Mate, imagine if you miss this. Imagine if you watch SmackDown and you're like, I'm not going to watch any more WWE for a while. And you miss this show. Oh, my God. Let creative do shiz like this, said Spawny Boy. I feel sorry for the live crowd, though, because they're missing out on this, aren't they? Right now, we're over Lumis and Gacy. Let's go this way, over here. Where are they going now? What's over there? There's another stall that's set up. What's behind this one? Pippi Le Pew. Ah, Gacy gets a kiss. It's a kissing booth. What am I watching? What am I watching? And why am I only just watching it now? I need this every week. Okay, I think we're going back out to that. I think we're done with that bit. Now we're just going to get back to boring wrestling in a boring wrestling ring. I don't know how to call this. I've never seen this, says Conan. Okay, we are back out in the arena now. This is fun, says Phantom. It's flipping crazy. We are back out in front of the fans. Do you know, it would have been good to have had those stalls maybe out with the fans rather than in the backstage area, or maybe done it on the entrance stage. Imagine if we had an entrance stage with all those stalls on. WWE could do that in the future. So this has now settled into a normal match. That is, what a start. This is a one-sided beatdown, and it is all Wyatt 6 at the moment. Wyatt 6. Ah! Crashing down. Yeah. We got a table being brought into the ring. Props to Undertaker. Dave's need 118. Oh, James. Let's not get our hopes up till we need 50. I just sort of feel like one wicket will probably bring two, and at least they've shown some fight today, though. You know, at least they're showing some fight. Murder Clown is face to face with Rowan. Bang! Big shot there by Rowan. Exchanging blows. Round 1 said AAA has got memorable events from Omos, Microman to this shiz. Well, do you know, I mean, what I will say is you really feel like you're watching a show. You might like it, you might not like it. Might be bits you like, bits you'd want to change, but there's no way people could be like, oh, you know, is it worth watching? Yeah, it was definitely worth watching. There is so much for people to have opinions on. And to be honest, there's so much that you're like, oh, that's good, but how about if they did it this way? I mean, like, honestly, imagine the whole setting being like a circus sort of entranceway with stalls and stuff, and then you use that as part of a match. Pagano is making his way down with a kendo stick. Boom! In the midsection, big back body drop. Kendo stick to midsection, straight across the back as well, getting in the ring. Drop kick as Rowan goes into the corner. Bang! Kendo stick and to the midsection. Drop kick. Another drop kick. Rowan goes back against the ropes. Clothesline. Psycho Circus getting back into this now. Crowd just really enjoying it. Crowd just making so much noise. Suicide dive. Onto Lumis. Lumis goes down. Pagano. Right now we got Murder. Look at the big man. Murder Clown. Mates. AAA feels like a variety show. It's so refreshing. Wrestle with Andy. Hello. The colours are so much more muted on AAA. Imagine this match in WWE with good lighting. Oh my God. Howdy getting the momentum back here. We're an hour into this show already. Kick coming in. Howdy on the outside. To the midsection and across the back. Whipping away. Oh, he's going to take the mask off. Here we go. That's great, that is. That is great. What a fun way to sort of like kind of, through tables. Lumis on the shoulders, got another table in the ring. Boom! A psycho driver. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh, Psycho Circus win. Wyatt 6 lose. Oh my God, Wyatt 6 are jobbers. Guys, we got breaking news. The Wyatt 6 have jobbed. I tell you what, though. I mean, if you look at that and think what we could do with a Wyatt 6 themed match in WWE, like hopefully Triple H is watching this and getting ideas and thinking about things, you know. Well, there we go. Psycho Circus pick up the win. Hawkeye said, "This is not over. This is just the beginning." Yeah, Pagano looks a bit moody. I don't know why. That was a fun match, said Miss Clown. It's fun, isn't it? That was a lot of fun, said Bishop. Too bad Nikki wasn't there. She could have helped. Yeah, God, I forgot about that. No, Nikki. That was crazy, wasn't it? Starting off in a bouncy castle. In a bounce house. I need to go to one of those AAA shows in 2026, says Mayor Pete. Mimig said Circus matches started a little bit random, but it ended up dope. WWE should use the Wyatts like this. Days, the umpire gave Cast out LBW. He reviewed it, and it was just completely missing the stumps. Well, I think we are going to have to survive those kinds of moments, aren't we? But there's still such a long way to go. There's still so much work to be done. I really would love for them to do it. Of course I would, but 114 runs. There's going to be some scary moments, but yeah. They've put up a great fight, though. I prefer watching AAA, says Metal Mama Brittany. That was so much fun. James said, I've got a multi-screen night. Okay. Are they saying Zero Miedo? Have they just shown Penta? Moneyworth Monster said Joe Gacy gets kissed by a man dressed as a woman and then he loses. They should stay away from Mexico. that did. I forgot that happened as well. Okay, we're backstage. Here are the Lucha Bros. Your health is more important than anything else. Here is Ray. Conan is translating. I know you guys are going to win. I'm going to go out there with you guys. That's quite a team, innit? Seeing those three together. Fenix, Penta, Rey Mysterio. Okay, oh my god. It might be the match that we're kind of most hyped for, like in-ring wise. We've got Laredo Kids. Listen, if you've not seen Jack Cartwheel, what a talent. I mean, we've all seen Javon Evans by this point. But, yeah, I believe this to be the Javon Evans, Jack Cartwheel, Laredo Kid match. So we've got 4 matches left, including this one. We've had an hour gone. I reckon we've probably got another hour and a half. We've done 3 matches. We got 4 to go. We've had an hour. I reckon another hour and a half. Laredo Kid is my boy, said Alex. Okay. Next match, Laredo Kid versus Javon Evans versus Jack Cartwheel. I really think that Jack Cartwheel feels to me like he's going to be the next Javon when Javon moves up. Your boy is bouncy! Yes! Here he comes, the young OG. Javon Evans, baby, said Restaurants. Cartwheel is great. He's no stranger to AAA shows, said Dr. Luchalala. James said we just hit a 6. A 6. Oh my God, please be careful. Just stay there. If we're still batting by the end of the day, God, I think we're there or thereabouts. Oh, it just makes me nervous. James can't cope. Javon. Javon Evans. I'm surprised they didn't bring out Jack Cartwheel first. I'm guessing Jack will be next and then Laredo will come out last. AAA World Cruiserweight Championship on the line. Here, oh my God, look at him. Oh my God. It's like Drake Maverick. It's like Drake Maverick and Simone Biles had a kid. I mean, he can do all the gymnastics and the cartwheels and all that kind of stuff. Bang, bang, mates. This is a WWE talent. This is a guy we watch in Evolve. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. King Yeti firing in some memberships. Really appreciate it, but here is Laredo Kids. Laredo Kid making his way down to the ring. Right. We've done that. Get your scores in because we need to take this away soon. Match number 3. Wyatt versus Psycho Circus. We need to get this in. This is going to be non-stop. Full-on action. It's going to be so good. I am glad to be watching this Super Bowl with y'all, said Miss Clown. Jack Cartwheel, who the F is that guy? Is he some cartwheel specialist? Yes. He is a cartwheel specialist. He invented the cartwheel. Okay, so it's another championship match. So we're going to be getting a big intro. This match is going to go hard, said Dr. Luchalala. Days, this is out of context, and I am sorry, but I want to get into boxing. Can you tell me where to start? Yeah, I mean, what I would say is there's loads of great channels that talk about boxing, like they're just boxing dedicated. So, I mean, you can easily find some really good boxing channels out there. Fight-wise, I would just search for, like, the biggest fights that are coming up. Matchroom's worth a follow. They're putting on shows pretty much on a weekly basis. But, I mean, if you look at, like, the boxing rankings, you'll be able to see who the champions are. Most people only fight a couple of times a year. So it's very different to WWE and UFC because there isn't just one place that you go. Like, boxing is happening all around the world all the time. And so, you know, you've got to kind of look out for those big events, the championship fights. And, yeah, I mean, the best place, what I would recommend is look at the rankings, look at who all the champs are, search for big fights in 2026, put them in the diary, have a look at some boxing channels, see what people are talking about, see what's being said. It's not as easy as, yeah, just tune into this on a Thursday. It doesn't work that way. Boxing's so big. There isn't just one company that looks after it like WWE does with WWE or UFC do with MMA. Boxing is a bit more complicated than that. Days, we might see Javon win a championship, said Moneyworth. But yeah, I suppose we could. Right, we are underway. We need to get rid of this poll. Javon in there with Laredo Kid as Jack Cartwheel comes over. And he's going for a pin on both of them. No joy. 52, 33, 12, and 3. Great. 85. Okay, great 85 for that last one. Kip up there by Javon. Triple drop kick by Laredo, Jack Cartwheel, and Javon. Yeah, no joy. They're all kind of looking at each other, but a very explosive start. Yeah. Javon over in the corner. Laredo reaches out his hand. He shakes the hand of Javon. He reaches out to Jack Cartwheel. Jack Cartwheel. Ha ha! I didn't expect Cartwheel to do that. Nice. Splits there by Cartwheel. Gets Javon. Spins round. Takes him over. Cartwheel. Cartwheel shook the hand, but short arm clothesline to Laredo. Cartwheel goes over the top. On the outside, moves out the way. Kick coming in there by Javon. Nice. Oh, takes the legs away. Goes up, over. Oh, comes crashing down. I'm so stressed watching this, said James. Oh, we're still too far away, James. 98. That's still so far that we've got to go. I mean, it's only going to get more stressful and more exciting as it counts down, but I mean, they've done so well, but that's still a big deficit. They just got to keep calm, chip away. Javon to the outsides. Javon going over. Goes up. Oh, on the feet. Kick coming in. Lovely work going on that top rope. Bouncy! Oh, lovely drop kick. Great work. They are showing some fight at least. Yeah. It is so distracting. I'm kind of watching this, chatting with you. I've got the score right in front of me. I'm like... Javon going over against the ropes. Shirt. In the crowds. Oh, came back for a second there. Oh, my God. Yeah, you see Cartwheel then. Javon didn't, hesitate. He went for a clothesline. Cartwheel avoided it with a cartwheel. Jesus, this guy is better than I thought. He is showing more in this match than we've seen in Evolve. Cartwheel is using this platform. Cartwheel is insane, said Hawksfan. He's a signed WWE talent. He hasn't even been appearing on NXT yet. We've been watching him in Evolve on a Wednesday. And here he is, just showing up, showing out. Cartwheel's like a male Sol Ruka, said 69 Day Grind. Yeah. Big shot coming in there by Laredo. Sign him now, AAA. He's signed. Coming in. Bang. Well, I say he's signed, but he might still be under an ID contract, actually. I'm not sure. Oh, my God. Planted. 1, 2. Javon makes the save. Javon makes the save. Oh, Jamesy. Only a wicket away. Kick coming in by Javon. Sniffing the pen, said Hawks. I don't know why I'm playing with it, actually. Right now, shots coming in. I should put it down, shouldn't I? So it'll go all in my mouth. I think it's the cricket that's making me nervous. Oh, Laredo. Someone in the crowd is in trouble. Security turned up with the hard cams now no longer being used. Oh, really? Well spotted. Javon in the ring. Wow. Cartwheel needs to be in AAA. There's a lot of wrestlers that I want to see him with. Javon! Big air! Javon lands on Cartwheel. Look at that. Bang. Why does Javon insist on hitting the cutter on the edge of the ring? It's an absolute recipe for injury. Listen, the young OG, he leaves nothing in the locker room. Big splash. 1, 2, Javon. Ah, shoulder up there by Cartwheel. Javon so close to getting a championship. Title is on the line here. That's a good line by JBL. Gravity means nothing here. Cartwheel. Shot coming into the midsection. No joy at the moment. Round the back. Against the ropes. Going for the cover. 2. 1, 2. Javon just missing out. Cartwheel up. Charging in. Goes to the outsides. Clothesline. Okay, here's Laredo. Laredo looking to go big. Bang! Lovely work. Laredo with look at that. It was a moonsault, but he kind of flared out as he was midair. Looked really good. Crowd are chanting away. Jack Cartwheel trying to get back in the ring. It's been really fun, this. Back in the ring. Days on Christmas, you open your presents, you get a WrestleMania ticket. What would your reaction be? I don't need this. That would be my reaction. Right now, Laredo climbing up. Top rope. Boom! Connects! Javon on top of Jack Cartwheel. Laredo comes crashing down. 1, 2. Kick out by Javon. Matches carrying on. We would have had at least 20 commercials at this point, said Dots Lucha. That is true. Okay, right now, Jack Cartwheel is down. This is a really fun match. It's what we were hoping for. There's been some great action. There's been some great fights. Chop coming in. Shot coming in there by the young OG. Young OG. Shots coming in. 1, 2. Kick out by the young OG. Super kick. Oh, big kick there by Javon. Double underhooks. Kick coming in. Oh my God, super kicks everywhere. Big boot by Cartwheel. Young OG. Murked him. Cartwheel down. They both kick at the same time. Everyone's down. Really fun action. Crowd are applauding away. Cartwheel down. Javon down. I don't know who put this match together. I mean, I can only imagine the instructions would go out there and just go crazy. 13,000! 13,000 in attendance for this. This is crazy, isn't it? This is like one of those shows that you're just like, yeah, we'll watch it. There's not really much else on. And it was fun last time we went, but this has been mental. It's been one of the most mental shows of the year. Shot coming in. Around the back. Looking for a net breaker. Into a DDT. Going over. Cut up. Fun match so far, said John. Holy shiz, says Moneyworth Monster. Javon down. Cartwheel. Climbing up. Could you imagine if Cartwheel wins? I haven't even thought about the idea of Cartwheel winning. In my mind, it's either Laredo or Javon. Laredo goes over, throwing in shots. Jennifer said Triple H didn't book this. Headbutt coming in. Laredo down. Cartwheel is getting ready Oh, into a cutter by the young OG. 1, 2, down. Title on the line. Oh my God, the young OG. Going over against the ropes. Boom, connects. Cartwheel's going to save. 2, and he does save. You could see that Cartwheel just had a little bit about him in the background. Mate, I don't know who's getting this. It feels like probably Laredo's going to retain, but the crowd are loving it. Laredo's down. Giovanna's got Cartwheel in the corner. He's trying to get him up. Cartwheel trying to be a bit difficult. As Javon comes up, shots coming in there by Cartwheel. Javon goes down. Laredo comes up. I don't even know what spot they're going for. Hurricanrana? German suplex? Oh my God! Jesus! 1, 2, 3. Amazing. Amazing. What a finish. It's like an inverted Spanish fly. Psh. That was awesome. That was awesome. Absolute bangarang. Bangarang. So good. I cried. I actually cried. Guys, 2025 made me stop loving wrestling, and that match made me love wrestling again. I mean, Cartwheel stock goes through the room. The young OG just continues to show how special he is, but Laredo kids, honestly, his stock goes up in my estimation. Lucha Libre is a global phenomenon. Yeah, they're just showing the highlights. So, I mean, that's going to take... Oh, that's going to take about half an hour, isn't it? They're just showing the highlights, so they're just going to run the whole match back again. Days, December 27th in Saudi is Picasso versus Inoue. It's an amazing match, and you should stream it. Well, there's nothing on my radar at the moment. Maybe we will. Days, matches are just getting better. This was definitely the best match on the cards. Well, do you know what? You lot absolutely loved it. And at the moment, all time is leading. All time is leading at the moment. Fun match, Javon, Laredo, Cartwheel, Wyatt, Psychos. It's all been a lot of fun. Get Cartwheel to NXT now. Phantom said, some of these AAA peeps need to be at WrestleMania. Millennial said, AAA is just pure fun. You've got to love one of these shows every now and then. Jennifer said, wow, Javon just showed why he's got that rocket strapped to him. Cartwheel showed up and showed why he should have a rocket strapped to him. And Laredo Kid showed why he is the champ. Why can't Raw and SmackDown be this good? Well, I suppose the thing is, we're so lucky to have this every once in a while, but I don't know that you could have this week after week after week, you know, twice a week, every week. I don't know. It's great once in a while. I think it's perfect the way that they're doing these kind of shows, these specials. Okay, we got Dirty Dom. What a match by the Bouncy Cartwheel Kids. Oh, on the 17th of any next year, there's another show. So we just need to go to our diaries and find out when any is. Right, in the crowds. Ah. I wonder. I don't think they're there because they choose to be, but maybe they are. I don't know. Alexia Grasso's there. We've seen Canelo there. I mean, is this really the hottest ticket in town? I'm guessing it's probably the TKO effect, isn't it? Okay, I think we're going to the ladies. Here we go. 6-woman tag. Here's Le Tóxicas. Le Tóxicas, which is pretty much all ladies. I don't know why I'm getting really strong Iconics vibes. I could believe that that's Billy Kay and Peyton Royce in the background. This is basically Gigi Dolan, Billy Kay, and Peyton Royce. Las Tóxicas. Canelo's not TKO. He is his own boss, said round one. Well, TKO have just got into boxing. So, yes, I mean, you are right that he is his own boss, but there is a relationship that's there. In fact, his fight with Crawford, I can't remember if TKO were involved in that. I think Dana White was involved in that. This is like the beautiful people from TNA. I think our community is like the beautiful people from TNA. Right, ladies. But I can't just call them ladies. It is last... Oh, here she comes. It says Natalya rather than Natty. Oh, but she's coming out as Natty. Here's Maxine Dupree's. Natty making her way down. And Lola. Okay, how much... We've got how many matches? 3 matches left, including this one now. 3 matches left. You tapped out. You tapped out. You tapped out. Okay, Natty making her way into the ring. It's like a rip-off of Toxic Attraction, says I am the legend. Shout out to you. Natty going right over and staring at Las Tóxicas. I don't actually know who makes up Las Tóxicas. It is Flamer, La Hydra, and Maravilla. I'm not going to know who any of those are. Here's Lola. I know her. Lola Priest. We're entering Vice City. The ref shirt says Diddy. Does it? I wonder if it says Epstein on the back. Here's Lola. Days is AAA Fox announcement. Will we be able to see it in the States? Just for Central and South America, unfortunately. Dun dun. Here is Faby Apache. Faby Apache is making her way down. Days, we need you to do a Lola dance. Well, let's see. I saw people wanting me to do a slut drop earlier. I know that Trini was seemingly dreaming of that. So there's a lot of people looking for things from me at the moment. Oh, the ref is having to physically hold Natty back. Faby Apache has made her way down. Hello, Derek. Shout out to you. Tony said it's what we want, Boomer. Well, sometimes you don't get what we want. I want good booking in WWE, but, you know, we don't all get what we want. Derek, hi. Hope you're well. Lola getting in the ring. Shots coming in, and we are underway. It's going to be hard, I think, for this match to reach the dizzying heights of what we have enjoyed so far. Lola. Cameron, have a good night, my friends. Las Tóxicas. Days, I am Jeffrey Epstein and I'm sizzling, says Juan. Well, I just want you to know I think you're a very naughty boy. Honestly. And that's not just from me. I would say that's from the majority of this community, actually. You're still welcome because I appreciate the view. But just know that we think you're a very naughty boy. Okay, Lola is in the ring. Pop, 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 pop. Quick kicks. Yeah. Going over. You can get it as well, Becky Lynch. Pop, 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 pop. She's not even selling them very well. Oh, my God. Days Natalya looks like a UFC fighter more than a wrestler with that gear on, said Jordan. Hawks fan said we're missing Booker for this match. Oh, yeah. Shucky ducky quack quack. Oh, my God. We got a stink face. She was really laying it in. Boom. Yeah. Let's go. Where's the ref rocker? What's going on? She's not legal. Bang, kick to the midsection. Akeem, shout out to you. Days, it's like you're not the Messiah. You're just a very naughty boy. Yes. Oof, into the ring step. Bah! Tell you what, there's a lot of ass in this match. There is a lot of ass. That's Flammer right there. Christmas came early, said Semper. Well, it's not only Christmas. Oh! She just whipped Lola's buttocks. My God. Is that Flammer? She is packing more than Lola. This is amazing. This match is sponsored by Betty Crocker. Over in the corner. They're all working on Lola right now. Yeah, Miss Clown is struggling. Miss Clown is struggling. We're going to need some oxygen for Miss Clown. Boot coming in. Tag beer mates. It's the Wheel of Fun. Oh, you remember that, do you, Rodrigo? Archer out. The end is nigh, James. The end is nigh. They fought. They battled. They gave us a little bit of hope. But, 3 from him is disappointing, isn't it? Hawks fan said the camera guy deserves a raise. Lovely work there at the moment. Kieran said it's not over yet. Oh, yeah. Tongue's going to save the day. Yeah. They just had too much to do today. This is a thick woman match. Over in the corner, Oh. Into the ring posts. Drop kick. This has been the worst match so far, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Tunga's gonna luck his way to victory. Yeah, it's gonna be classic. He's just gonna survive, isn't he? The hopes of the Ashes now rest on Tunga and Cars. Batted. It's gone very well. Lola in the corner. I wonder if they do a super kick party with Ass, said Akeem. Right now, Lola is down. She's trying to reach out. Natty is reaching out. There's a back elbow. Faby Apache gets pulled from the ring apron. Tag is made. Shots coming in there by Natty. Natty going over against the ropes. And lands on the feet. Bang. Russian leg sweep. Charging him round the back. Natty. Bang. It's a bit slow, this one, but it's fine. Well, let's... going for the cover. 1, 2. No joy. Let's end the poll for the last match so we don't get too confused with things. That last match gets an all-time rating. How amazing is that? An all-time rating. All-time 46. That's incredible. We've only ever had a handful of all-time ratings, you know. Oh, hello, Bret Hart getting a mention on commentary. Boom! Look at that. Lovely work. Backbreaker by Faby. Lovely work. Tyler said, I enjoy AAA more than WWE. 1, 2. No joy. Still got... so we've been live for like 1 hour 40. We've still got 2... over in the corner. Going over the other side, charging in. Oh my God, did she just drop kick her in the vagine? Oh my God, I think she just drop kicked the vagine. Oh, mate. Oh, lovely enziguri kick. Roll up. Into a stomp in the midsection. Round the back, here's Faby. Well, it's picked up pace, hasn't it? Shot coming in. That was like a box stomper, said Akeem. Gunther needs to be trained by Natty. Natty is the true ring general. Faby gets it. Boom. Take that. There we go. It's a win for Natty, Faby, and Lola. I don't even remember the all-time match, said Jennifer. I don't think any of us do, to be honest. But there we go. Lots of fun. All-time great. That Snapdragon landed right on her head, said Wrestle Rants. All right, Lola just has a word there with Grosso. Days, what would you do if a wrestler called Diddy Epstein debuted in WWE? I would say that's probably not a great name choice. That's what I would do. I would sit back and I would watch the online reaction. Because because something like that ain't going unnoticed. Who won? It was Natty and Faby and Lola and the fans. Those were the winners. Which Tóxica are you picking? The black hair, the red hair, or the blonde hair? Beggars can't be choosers, mate. I'll take the lady that runs the thing. Oh, look at that. A replay of the Vagine dropkick. Amazing. Right, we got 2 matches left. Coming up next, I think, is going to be Dragon Lee Vikingo. I think. Which, honestly, could be a really fun match. Flame of Fist said it's all an option. Yeah. Nothing off the table. Oh, are we doing that or are we doing this? I don't know. Are we really going to do Dragon Lee Vikingo as the main event? Is that... We're seeming... Oh, no. There's Vikingo. It's over. Oh. It's over. It's over. It's all over. Wah, wah. Well, they put up a fight. They put up a fight. They gave it a go. It was certainly not lost today, although it was lost today. Maybe they're showing the video package. Yeah, they are showing a video package. I just didn't know what they were showing the video package for. Dragon Lee Vikingo would be a weird main event, says Tyler. AAA is on fire, said Ajid Carr. England did well to get to 350 odds. They actually bettered Australia's second innings, so I mean the loss was the first innings deficit. We just could not find a way of getting that back. Okay, well, there we go. My distraction has now been removed. I think I'm 2026. I might watch some more AAA in the US, says Robbie. It was lost when we were robbed by Snicko. That's true. That's the spirit, James. Don't go giving them Australians any credit. It's blooming Snicko in it. Okay, here is Vikingo, and he's got a Grinch mask on. So it is Vikingo next. Grinchingo. Yeah, they really turned on him. That's legit, said Hawks fam. Gringo Vikingo. The people, I don't know why the people turned on him, to be honest, but they did. Grasso's loving it, mate. Grasso is having a great time in the front row. Vikingo making his way down. Is Vikingo related to Nigel Farage? I think we all are, to be honest. So yes, I think Vikingo is. Nathan Lyon is on crutches. Wow. You hate to see it. Okay, Vikingo. Vikingo is going to tap out. Millennial said, I'm Nigel Farage. Oh, well, welcome. Jennifer said, hearing those boos, you would never believe this was the same guy that had fans cheer him. Well, here's someone that's got the fans cheer him. Baby dragon da 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 da, baby dragon da 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 da, baby dragon da 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 da, baby dragon. Mommy dragon da 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 da. Look at his little wings. I feel like those wings might have got a little bit bigger, actually. I feel like those ones are a bit better. I'm sure I've seen even smaller ones. Dragon Lee making his way down to the ring. He has got some sick ones where he presses the button and like they come out, but they're little. I think it'd be really good if he has them like packed in, and when he gets in the ring, he presses the button and like that. I mean, that would be so sick. Is he going to do that here? He's got a little thing in his hand, hasn't he? He has got a little thing. What's he going to do? I'm really interested. What does the button do? Press the button! What did the button do? Did I miss something? Well, perhaps he was already pressing the button. This should be amazing, said Wrestling Fan. Duran said, I've just changed my thumb up to a thumb down for you singing Baby Dragon. Right, here we go. Vikingo against Dragon Lee. That ain't a button, is it? Well, I don't think it's a button, but I think it's like, is it a... I don't know. I don't know if it's a button or if it's like a pump thing or something, but he had something in his hand connected to the... It felt like he was going to pump it or press it and they would open out. But I think the truth is they were probably already open. Ah! Big clothesline there by Vikingo. And he flipping laughs his head off. That was brutal. And I love the laugh that he gave after. JBL loved that as well, you know. JBL loved that. Boos. As Vikingo comes over, drop kick to the outsides. Days now hates the show because Dragon Lee didn't have retractable wing. Yes, sucks. No, it's been a lot of fun, honestly. It has been a lot of fun. Laredo going over on the outside, grabbing... Vikingo, sorry, going on the outside, grabbing Dragon Lee. Stripping the commentary table. That's an old school WWE commentary table, isn't it? So that's where they've ended up. We've got those new ones now, but that's... oh, whoa! Into the ring steps! Goes Vikingo as Dragon Lee moved out the way. Okay, let's get the voting for that ladies match. It's going to get a great rating. It's going to get a good rating, sorry. Good 96. Okay, so far we've had great 72, good 93, great 85, all-time 46, good 96. This is match number 6 of 7. Dragon Lee is down. And Vikingo is tying Dragon Lee's mask. Up against the ropes. Referee is over and the referee is putting his hands on Dragon Lee. Vikingo. Oh, I think part of... Has that come off? The back part of the mask, has it been ripped off? Yeah, the back part of his mask has kind of come away. He had it in his hand. Now he's throwing in shots. He's on a kick coming in there by Vikingo. Oh, it gets tripped over. Going over. Up. Change of direction. Oh, yeah, really quick. Look at that. Oh, misses with a kick. Really good. Taking him over. Lovely work. Great work. Drop kick. Boom. Take that, you boomer. He's got his arms out stretched. He's looking to go over against the ropes. Drop kick coming in. Boos are ringing out. Going up. And, oof, springboard into the outsides. Dragons can regrow their tails. Well, he'll be fine then. I don't know what the crowd are chanting, but the crowd are chanting away. Vikingo grabbing Dragon Lee on the outside of the ring. I tell you what, the crowd are still in fine voice. Got to give him credit for that because there's been so much action. I kind of feel like I need to sleep. There's been so much like craziness, so much to react to and talk about. I'm ready to have a nap. But the crowd is still like chanting away and bringing some energy. Lovely. Look at that. Shooting star by Vikingo. Vikingo took out Del Rio, and he was beloved in AAA, so they needed someone to blame, and it was him, says Trini. James said, I'm going to watch the rest later. I've got to get up early to do some Christmas shopping. See you for Raw. Yeah, see you later, buds. Pace of this one quite slow to start with. Just a little bit slow as Vikingo is in there looking out at the crowds. We've got our main event still to come after this. JBL said, this is one of the most talent-filled cards I have seen in my 30-plus year career. Vikingo is doing well, actually, because he's taken his time. He's slowed the pace down. We're back in the ring. I cannot get over how physical the referees are. They don't just tell you to break. They are getting in there, getting their hands all over the competitors. Instead of just, like, counting in the corner, they're trying to force them off. Conan's like, these two do not like each other. They've got plenty to prove to each other. Vikingo with no reverse by Dragon Lee. No, Vikingo on the feet. Forearm shot coming in. Boot there by Vikingo. Dragon Lee goes back against the ropes. German, snap German. Big boot there by Dragon Lee, who's coming back into this. Looking for... Ooh, Poison Rana. Vikingo over the other sides. Oh, I thought that was going to be a Spanish fly by Dragon Lee. It wasn't. Oh, it was a sit-down powerbomb. 1, 2. Kick out. It is counter after counter. Both of these guys so skilled in the ring. I love a good singles match. I mean, it's good having all the chaos and the carnage of some of the multi-person matches we've had on the show, but it's nice to just slow it down and get a good one-on-one competition. Look at that. That sit-down powerbomb was so nice. Vikingo jumping all over Dragon Lee, said Killer. Crazy move, said Semper. Look at that. Foot on the face as well. Into a single leg Boston. Yeah, Vikingo really feeling that. Some lovely selling there by Vikingo. Crowd are loving this as well as Vikingo gets dragged into the middle of the ring. Vikingo trying to get over and he puts one finger. I don't know why only a finger, but there's just one solitary finger on the rope. He could have grabbed it, but he wanted to finger it instead. Right now, over in the corner, to the outside goes Vikingo. Dragon Lee is climbing up. Vikingo climbing up, looking for a suplex maybe. Yeah, the crowd is still chanting and JBL is like, these guys haven't stopped throughout the whole match. There is a bit of a hush descending now because it feels like something pretty special is coming. Is this going to be a fisherman? Fisherman suplex? I think it feels like that's what we're going for. No, a little bit sloppy. What are we going for now? Trio woe? Yeah, he's got him in a trio woe. I don't really ever get this move, why they hold themselves there so that they can be jumped on. Trio woe. Vikingo has adapted as a heel. It's a slower pace, said Wrestling Overtime. Both guys spill to the outsides. Crowd go back to chanting again. This is a match that the crowd really care about. You can tell they're really invested in this. Good height. Okay, on the outside, Vikingo getting back up. I bet they're livid, actually, because he took the top off that commentary table earlier. Someone's had to put it back on, and now he's pulled it back off again. I would just keep doing that throughout the whole match. Every time I'm on the outside, I'm taking it off. Oh, Dragon Lee! Oh, like a bullet! Look at that! Blumming hell! There are bullets that leave guns slower than that. Oh. Very impressive work there. Very impressive. Look at that guy! Dude in the crowd dressed as a luchador just sat there like... I mean, he didn't have the physique. I think his inspiration was Mr. Burger. Both guys now are getting back up to their feet. Conan said both guys are hurt. Vikingo getting thrown back in the ring. Dragon Lee getting in as well. Going over to the corner. I think it was a Nacho Libre cosplay. I think you were right, actually. Vikingo doesn't know where he is, or is he just playing possum? I think it's possum. He got mucked. It wasn't possum. 1, 2, oh, kick out. It felt like it was possum, but it wasn't. Corey Graves said that's got to be a heartbreaker for Dragon Lee. He gave his best shot there, and Vikingo was still able to kick out. Conan, that's how you hit a tope, with your head. You don't just hop down there and play patty cake with your hands. Great quote. John, thank you. But right now we have got Dragon Lee. Elbow coming into the side of the head there by Vikingo. Oh, to the outsides. Ah, lovely. Top rope, Inzaguri. Vikingo, a little bit wobbly. Crossbody. Oh, reverse. It looked like Dragon Lee had reversed it into a crucifix pin. But Vikingo still got momentum. Double knees. Dragon Lee in big trouble here. Dragon Lee is in big trouble. We might be looking at the beginning of the end. 2 hours into the show. He's up. I don't know what he's going for. Oh, man, that was ambitious. That was ambitious, and it's not worked. It's going to be a Styles Clash. Styles Clash. Boom. Gets it. 1, 2. Oh, well, he kicks out because you're not AJ Styles, and that ain't your move. Wow. I tell you what, innovative and ambitious. It might not always come off and look picture perfect, but you got to applaud the effort. Vikingo down. Crowd making loads of noise. They love that Styles Clash. It didn't result in the 3, though. This match should have ended there, said WrestleRants. Vikingo on the outside, trying to use the ropes to get up to his feet as Dragon Lee. Okay, Vikingo goes down. Referee's out and just checking on Vikingo. Oh, the ref's down. Blumming out. I did wonder what they were doing there. So Vikingo pulls the ref into the path of Dragon Lee, who went crashing on the outsides. Oh, mate, it's all going on. Well, we've got a problem because we don't have a referee now. Vikingo throws Dragon Lee back in the ring. I don't know if they're going to bring another ref down or what they're going to do in this situation. Vikingo grabbing a chair. Vikingo with that chair getting in the ring. No referee. Dragon Lee against the ropes. Oh. Operation Dragon, but there's no ref. That chair didn't last long, did it? That got thrown out the ring pretty quick. Referee is still down. The fans are trying to get the referee to get up to his feet, but he's not moving at all. But they are taking some real risky spots. This is moving 100 miles an hour, said WrestleRants. Okay, right now we have got Dragon Lee is like, forget you. I don't need no referee. Low blow! Low blow! Low blow! Vikingo is laughing. Who's coming down? Everyone's looking at the entranceway. Feels like someone's coming down. Dr. Luchalala, thank you, my friends. Look at all these people benefiting. Dr. Luchalala, thank you, buds. Is that Omos? I think Omos! Omos is making his way down! Well, what's this? Is Omos the new referee? Oh my God, Omos in white pants. Amazing. Stepping over the top rope. Why is Dragon Lee going after Omos? Why did Dragon Lee go after Omos? Is Omos working with Vikingo? Look at this. Oh my God. He might as well polish the lights. He was that high. How did Dragon Lee know that Omos was going to be a threat to him? I feel like I've missed something here. Is Vikingo going to attack him or... No, it's not. There we go. Boom. We still don't have a referee. Omos going round trying to get the referee. Omos being like the bodyguard protector of Vikingo is really interesting. I am not down on that. I'm not down on that at all. 2, 3, there we go. Vikingo gets the win. Vikingo gets the win, and it's all thanks to Omos. Interesting. That as a pairing, as a partnership. Hey, how about AJ Styles and Dragon Lee against Omos and Vikingo? How about that as a match? Think of the history with Omos and AJ Styles. They used to be tag partners. Yeah. Hawkeye, you and me, buds. Same page. Something doesn't add up, says Corey Graves. What's happening now? Who's coming out now? Well, we've got something dramatic going down here. I feel like this guy is going to be revealed to be like the mastermind behind this. Yeah. Smile on the face. Coming over. There we go. Clearly he and Vikingo are in cahoots. I still don't know how Dragon Lee knew to go after Omos, though. I still don't know how he knew that that Omos was coming in to be a threat to him. Oh, the fans don't like it. The fans don't like it. How about you cry about it? Yeah? You might not like it, but you'll learn to like it. In fact, you'll learn to love it. Yeah? Stupid fans. Keep crying. Keep crying. Tasting their tears. I don't even care. I just like going off on people, really. Days Dragon Lee has learned from AJ to not trust Omos. Maybe it's that. Okay, so I feel like a major storyline swerve has just gone down. Doesn't really land when you don't really know or watch the weekly shows, but it's all right. I noticed Dragon Lee looked like he had got an injured knee, said Ajit Carr. Dragon Lee? Injured knee? Okay, this guy's saying words. Money can buy the best wrestlers. Well, yeah, that's Tony Khan. Welcome to the new version of the eye that sees everything. Is that the name? The group's called The Eye That Sees Everything. Well, there we go. Who is going to win? I versus Vision, says Medbeat. Yes. Oh, my God. Dream match. Well, the fans don't like it. They're still booing away, but we got one more match left to go. Our main event. And should be fun. Dominik Mysterio. El Grande. Fenix, Penta, Rey Mysterio. As the Eye That Sees Everything are making their way up the entranceway. Sounds like they're chanting RKO. Omos as a permanent fixture in AAA or a regular fixture, I'm not down on that, honestly. I think that could be interesting. I know he's shown up before, sparingly, but if they're going to put him in a faction... There they are on the entrance stage. And they're just showing recap. Right, let's change this over then to our main event. Dominik and El Grande versus Rey Mysterio and Rey Fenix. I mean, this should be bonkers. I can't say it's going to be the best match we're going to see tonight. I mean, that is a high, high bar. Do you know, with like building up the star power, getting some really good feuds going, build up that star power. There's no reason as to why AAA, I know they have their Triple Mania show, but like, could you put a show together like Wrestle Kingdom? Perhaps if we were to bring over some, like, top WWE stars, you could do, like, a Wrestle Kingdom type show. I mean, I look at that as a singles match, and I'm like, that could have been for the IWGP Junior Championship, you know? Like, that wouldn't have looked out of place at Wrestle Kingdom, what we just saw. I don't know. I feel like it's a really fun show. This show is a show that's fun and bonkers. You never know what you're going to see, and you're going to see some wacky stuff. What if you turned the wacky stuff down and just really focused on the in-ring? Did some really good singles matches and had a Wrestle Kingdom type card. I suppose in many ways that's what Triple Mania is, but I just feel like this brand has got so much growth in it. Be really interesting to see where we are with this in a few years' time, you know. What a night this has been, said Tony. Hassan said, but it wouldn't be AAA. Just for one show. I'd like to see it. For one show, turn the wackiness down. Just really focus on the in-ring. And because I really think you could deliver like something really special. This has been really fun. But I've never considered AAA to be like a New Japan equal. But I'm looking at some of the quality. Vikingo and, you know, the Cartwheel coming over has been brilliant. Laredo Kid has opened my eyes. So looking at some of the talent, I'm like, yeah, I feel like you can really do something here. Okay, we are just ahead of our main event. I wish I even knew a little bit of what the commentators were saying, said Wrestle Rants. El Grande Americano! Let's go! Olé! From the Gulf of America! Let's go, King. It's crazy how this joke of a character has got so over. Crowd are all doing that, and it's just like that as he's making his way down. She doesn't know how to do it. He went like that and she went. Oh my God. Imagine embarrassing yourself worldwide like that. It's that. Kick her out. Kick her out. She should be removed. Yeah, he has. El Grande Americano in the ring. Here's Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom getting a great reaction. Great reaction. Here he is. It's a different look. Ring gear looks the same, but he's got a bit of a white mask, which he removes. Here he is, Dirty Dominik Mysterio. Intercontinental champ. AAA Mega Champion. Making his way down to the ring. This is interesting gear on Dirty Dom tonight, said Wrestle Rants. Flame Fist said, my guy. Yeah, he has got the, like, stars and stripes inspiration. Gringos Locos. Inspired gear, which I think we saw him wear last time. Wow, we're going to see Ray and Dom locking up again in this match. Oh my God, let's go! Look at this, we got the skirts being waved. People in sombreros. Oh my God. This is amazing. We just need a pinata and someone coming out walloping it. Master Back, shout out to you, said if Santa was actually making toys, wouldn't those toys be bootleg? Think about it, says Master Back. Well, I think Santa's got the official licenses. He's got like a universal license. So I think actually anything he makes is legit. It's just an agreement that all the major toy companies have with him, is my understanding. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, you should have a sombrero instead of a beanie. I should. You are absolutely right. There's Ray Phoenix. There's Penta. Lucha Bros, Lucha Bros, Lucha Bros, Lucha Bros, Lucha Bros. Love it. Amazing. It's so good to see them reunited. Here is Rey Mysterio. Booyaka. Coming out with LWO. Look at that jacket. Booyaka, booyaka. That's amazing. That there's Rey with Penta. Tony said, watching this makes me want Mexican food, and all I've got are Doritos. Okay, these two making their way down to the ring. Dun, dun, dun. Kind of sad that we're not getting a full Lucha Bros reaction, said Jennifer. Well, they did say, he said he was going to come down to the ring, didn't he? So, is he going to get an entrance next? 619. There we go. Okay, making the way down. 2 hours 20 this show's been going for. Da-na-na. Ah, there's a young fan that had a Rey Mysterio poster, and Rey signed it for him. So Rey just with that front row. The Spanish announce team is going absolutely bananas for Rey Mysterio, said Victor. Rey patted me on the head last year, says Mayor Pete. I wore a lucha mask and I was ringside for the show. Okay, well, we have got Rey and, Ray, both getting in the ring. Where is Penta? I thought he was coming down. Rey's entrance was almost as long as Jay's. Oh, perhaps he'll run it back. Run it back. Run it back. Run it back. Okay, that last match, great. 77. Brilliant. What a great night of fun and frolics. Rey is in the ring. There's 50-odd thousand watching on WWE's YouTube channel. I feel like the numbers for this are going to be good again, you know. There is a real interest in this. What a way to end a great show. Okay, we've got Dominik and we've got El Grande on the outsides. That's a great line by JBL. JBL said that he compares Dom to Gandhi. And he said, but Gandhi is, I'm wrong, because Gandhi's never won the Mega Championship. Working on the arm. Okay, so Fenix and El Grande starting us off. I just need a compilation of JBL quotes, said Hassan. I just realized this is like a WWE main event on a AAA event, said Venom. Yep. Not sure what the fans are chanting, but they're still making noise. They've been a really good crowd tonight. Okay, flip over there by Rey Fenix. Rey is in there and locking up with El Grande. El Grande round the back. Goes, takes him down. El Grande is trying to get out of this holds. He's being kept, he's being held down here by Rey Fenix. El Grande doing like a handstand as his, do you know what? He can't even use his hands for balance. That is really impressive, isn't it? The athleticism to do that. The core strength to do that. But then Ludwig is such a specimen. Going over the other side. Lovely roll. Rey Fenix gets Rowan looking to take him over. And he does. Over the other side. Clothesline, no joy. It's really hard to pin him down. It's just constant motion. Taking the legs away from under him. Flipping over. Whoop. 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 Okay. Tag being made is Dom. To be fair to other promotions, TNA, AEW, we watch them with a lot of expectations. But when we watch AAA, we don't put those expectations onto it, which is why we enjoy it more, says Trini. I think that's fair. We only dip our toes in as well, don't we? So it also feels quite fresh and different and exciting and vibrant. I wonder if we were to see this on a regular basis, if it would lose some of that magic. Dominik goes to the outside, but this crowd, love it. Dominik on the outside, Rey in the ring. We were just waiting for these two to lock up, but Dominik knows what he's doing. He knows that that is what the fans want. Rey in the ring. Rey counting along with the ref as Dominik's on the outside, getting counted out. Dominik gets in. Here we go, Dirty Dom. Rey Mysterio. Tag mates. And in comes El Grande. This crowd, said Hawks fan, they've been great. Crowd loves it, said Hawks fan. Right, round the back. El Grande in there with Rey. Oh, nice work there by Rey. El Grande gets Rey down. 2, shoulder up. Trying to pin him down again. The shoulder goes up. El Grande on his feet. Going for the cover. No, no joy. El Grande against the rope over the other side. Rey goes down. Oh, under the legs. Oh, drop kick. Not quite the right camera angle for that because you could see that the drop kick didn't actually connect. Tag being made. In comes Rey Fenix. Over against the ropes. Ah! Kick coming in. Another kick there by Rey. Enziguri kick there by Fenix. Rey, bottom rope. Goes up. Oh, look at that. That was a brilliant camera angle. You could see them doing all the work in the background. It was really good. Rey Fenix grabbing Grande Americano, working on the arm. Ray is in the ring. Ray going over against the ropes. Gets tripped over by Dirty Dom. Dominik trips over Ray. Drags him out the ring. Back slap tag there by Dominik. Dominik coming in. He's on top. He's unloading on Ray Fenix. Pop, pop, pop. Right now we have got El Grande on the outside applauding Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom is on top of Ray Fenix, throwing down some shots. I don't know what the chant is. But Dom is in there, unloading on Ray Fenix. Ray Fenix going back over to the corner as Dom gets the tag. El Grande coming in. The heels slowing this down. Jason said, this is wrestling, and I love this. Yeah, it's really good. You really feel like you're watching something of substance. The crowd are really into it, really invested, chanting away, really enjoying it. There's some serious star power here with Ray, of course, and, well, you got to say Dom as well. Ray Fenix is a serious star for them also. And they love El Grande. Over in the corner, El Grande charging him. Down goes Ray Fenix. El Grande with the cover. Kick out. Money said, this has honestly been a great show. I'm glad that I tuned in. Yeah, it's been fun. Really appreciate them putting it on. As we said, so close to Christmas. It's really given us something to get our teeth into. Lovely suplex there by El Grande. Tagging in Dominik. Dominik coming in. Loud boos for Dom. Nighty's Gamer said, this has been even better than Survivor Series. 1, 2, kick out. Oh, it was a bit laboured. Phantom said, it's been an effing fantastic show. Dominik, look at that work by Dom. Dom is getting Ray's hand, and he's even reaching out. Ray Fenix's hand is... He's mocking the fact that Ray Fenix can't quite make that tag. Chucks him down. Again, boos. Ringing out. Going over against the ropes goes Dom. Drop kick. 1, 2. Kick out. Kick out by Ray Fenix. Still no Penta. So I'm guessing he's going to come down at one point. That's going to be a big pop. That's going to be a big moment. Against the ropes goes El Grande. Big boot there by El Grande. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Ray Fenix. Shoulder up by Ray Fenix. Conan said what Dominik's done in 5 years is what a lot of people don't achieve in 15 or 20. Ray Fenix going against the ropes. Double teamwork here by Dominik and El Grande. Dominik to the outside. Big boot coming in there by Ray Fenix. El Grande goes down. Rey Mysterio on the outsides. El Grande chucks Fenix against the ropes. Drop kick. That looked a bit sloppy. El Grande just looked like he was a little bit distracted because he threw Fenix against ropes. Fenix came back. He kind of... I don't think he quite knew what he was going for. He ended up getting drop kicked in the head. Ray Fenix back in the corner. Kick coming in there by El Grande. Heel's still very much in control. No, no joy. Small package. 1, 2. No joy. Why can't Raw and SmackDown be like this, said Jason. 2. Shoulder up. Oh, Grande looking over. Still the heels are in control. Tag being made. Dominik coming in. Crowd are booing away. Big boot coming in by Fenix. This might be the start of the comeback now. As Rey Fenix is battling. Goes over against the ropes. Middle rope. Top rope. Big boot. Dominik goes down. And Americano goes to the outside. There's no one to stop him right now. Fenix trying to desperately get over to make that tag. Dominik stirring. Fenix, though, if he can jump forward, and he does! Here's Rey! Rey and Dom! Rey and Dom! Rey and Dom! Dom against the ropes, reversed. Rey! Oh, boom! Dom goes over! Dominik in the corner. Rey going over. Shots coming down there by Rey. Crowd are loving it. Crowd are loving Rey unloading on Dom. Shimmy as well there by Rey. Dominik stumbles into the middle, but a low blow there by Dom. Kind of kicking out low. Against the ropes. Oh, big boot coming back there by Rey. Rey, middle rope. Look at that. Moonsault, 1, 2. Kick out there by Dom. Tell you what, this is a bit of all right, isn't it? Watching Rey and Dom going at it. And I like the booking of it was good, where they teased it and built it and didn't just give it you straight away. Drop kick there by Rey. Dom goes over against the ropes. In position for the 619. Nope. Not yet. Not yet. Right now, Dom, lovely, 3 amigos. Great crowd, said Jason. Round 1 said Dom and Rey could have classic matches with each other for days. Crowd are booing. Oh, reverse there by Rey. Dom just grabbed his shoulder momentarily, so yeah, he's still nursing it. I hope that's okay. Bishop said it's crazy that Rey is like 50. He wrestles like he's 20. Night is Gamer said, what's the attendance? They mentioned about 13,000 earlier, and it does look to be a big crowd. I don't think they're massively exaggerating that. It might be 10. But they mentioned it being 13. Right now, Fenix has got Dominik up. Seated senton. I think El Grande is going to make the save, and he does. Over against the ropes. Oh, he's climbing up. Pulling back on the arm. Oh, he's in position. 619. No. No. Once again. No. Lovely driver. Dom. 2. Chop kick. Saved there by Rey Fenix. To be honest, if you're in a match with Rey Mysterio and you find yourself dangled over that middle rope, you don't need to be a genius to know the 619 is coming. Conan's like, he knows Rey so well. He always knows when that 619 is coming. It's like, blub it now. Stevie Wonder would know the 619 is coming if he was in a match with Rey and he was dangling over that middle rope. Everyone is down right now. Everyone is down. Crowd are really enjoying it. It's been a fun match. I don't think it's reached the heights of some of the other things we've been treated to tonight, but it's been a really fun match. Ray coming over. Grabbing Dominik, driving Dominik into the top turnbuckle. Ray, no joy. Right now we got Ray upside down in the corner as Dominik comes over, looking to grab Ray. You missed that kick by Fenix, said Money Worth Monster. Well, we're still carrying on as Ray comes crashing down. Referee was just checking on Ray. Grande, oh, here we go. He's having a little fumble with his penis. Look at that. He's got his hand down there. He's having a good rummage. Here's Penta. That's the cue. As soon as El Grande touches his penis, that was the cue for Penta to come down. Oh, no! Penta! That bit of metal that was right next to El Grande's penis. He's just put it in his own mask. It might have penis juice on it. Oh my God. 619 by Ray. Big splash. 1, 2, 3. Ray gets the pin and the win. Oh, I can't believe it. El Grande had a rummage, pulled out a piece of metal. Penta took it and went and put it in his mask. Ugh. Oh my God. Well, they're winners, but are they really winners? They might be celebrating, but on reflection, can you be pleased with that? It's a win for Ray. It's a win for... well, Ray. Both Rays. Dom's down and Grande's just checking on him. Dom pushes. What's going on? Dom pushed El Grande away. Yeah, El Grande just helped Dom up and Dom was like, no, get off me. He blames him for the loss. He blames him for the loss. Dom walks away. Dom walks away. Penta having a few words there with El Grande. What do we want? What are we rooting for? What are we hoping for? Is this a face turn for El Grande? There's a lot of confusion right now. There's a lot of cheering for Grande Americano, who literally just tried to cheat in that last match. Handshake there by Ray and El Grande. Gets out the ring, El Grande. Ray's like, what does this mean? What does this mean? They are. I agree with Kona. It's almost been 3 hours and this crowd is still red hot. chanting away, olaying away. They're having such a good time. Na, 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 na. There we go. There's Penta, baby Penta. I would pay for this show, said Jason. Oh, that's Canelo's son, is it? There we go, doing the walk with Penta. I feel like someone's going to talk. Someone's like, oh, it's Penta. I thought someone was coming out. I think that might be it. There we go. The broadcaster's ended. Penta, I think, was going to say a few words, but he was just going to say a few words to the live crowd. That was really fun. I personally would have shaved 20 minutes off it. Maybe I would have dropped a match or something like that, just to have tightened it up. But you can't have too many complaints about that. The women's match was probably the low point. The ending to Ethan and Wagner was crazy with Mr. Iguana coming down, if you remember that. I mean, that was ages ago now. But Javon, Laredo, Jack Cartwheel, you said was all time. Wyatt Psycho Circus is one of the craziest matches I've seen in a long, long time. Certainly one of the craziest matches of 2025. Fatal 4-Way to start the night was fantastic. Dragon Lee Vikingo, I enjoyed, and there was a bit of storyline development. Main event was fine. I mean, there was some really good stuff that was in there. I don't know. What do you think overall? What would you score it out of 10? What would this show get? I'm thinking 7.75. I might even click into an 8. That's the kind of range I'm thinking. I think to improve the score more, drop the women's match, change the finish to the Ethan match, shave about 20 minutes off. And I mean, if we was to do all of that, then I'm pushing 9. Then it's just a case of maybe the matches just being even better, you know? But that's a big ask, isn't it? That is a big ask. Certainly because you guys seem to really enjoy that main event as well. Tivik says 8. G. Gaddy says 8. Robbie said 8.75. Lord said 8. Corey said 8 for sure. Trini said 8.5 for me. Dots Luchalala says 8. A surprise. Yeah, that could have been good. We did get Omos. But, yeah. Flame Fist said 7.9. 8 from Steven. I only saw bits and pieces, so I can't comment, said the Ribs. Spawny Boy said 8. Flex says 9. Akeem said 8.75. Duran says 8. William said 6.75. Ethan was screwed, said Vic. Ethan was screwed. He went for a 5-hand rummage sale. I'll tell you what, he did, didn't he? There was a bit of a rummage going on down there. Yeah, it was good. It was fun. It was definitely a very welcome Saturday night. I mean, I don't even know what the alternative would have been. If this show wasn't on, we might have ended up doing Misfits boxing or something. I don't know. I don't even know if there was UFC. Was UFC on tonight? I don't even think it was. Was it? No. Last week was the last show of the year. So there wasn't even any UFC. So, yeah, God only knows. God only knows what we would have done. It probably would have been Misfits boxing, to be honest. So there we go. It saved us from that. So awesome. Thank you so much to everyone that joined us. We're going to wrap things up there. I am going to work on Unseen. I'm a bit behind. I have no idea what's being said, so I'm not sure when that'll get out, but I'm going to work on that. We are back on Monday for Raw, of course. That'll be our next live stream. So, obviously, we are getting closer towards Christmas. So, yeah, very... hope you lot are ready for next week. It's going to be a bit of a weird one with tape shows. I go into it with pretty low expectations. But we're still going to be here doing our usual streams. So we'll still be starting at the usual time. So, yeah, enjoy the rest of your weekends. Really appreciate you joining us. I'm really pleased this show delivered. And hopefully see you again next time.